The storm had been raging for 3 hours when the giant appeared. Harry Potter pressed himself against the cold stone wall of the sea hut, watching raindrops streak down the grimy windows like tears on a dirty face. The Dursleys huddled together on the moth-eaten sofa, Uncle Vernon's face purple with rage, and something that might have been fear. Aunt Petunia clutched Dudley to her chest, as if the boy were still small enough to need protecting, though at 11 he was already broader than Harry, and twice as heavy. The banging on the door came again, 3 thunderous knocks that seemed to shake the entire structure. Vernon Dursley had dragged them to this miserable place to escape the letters, the hundreds of letters that had been arriving daily, addressed to Harry in emerald green ink. Letters that spoke of a world Vernon Dursley insisted didn't exist. But something was about to prove Vernon very wrong indeed. The door exploded inward with a crash that sent splinters flying across the room. Through the doorway stepped a man so large he had to duck to fit through the frame, his wild black hair and beard dripping with seawater. In one massive hand, he carried a pink umbrella that looked absurdly delicate against his enormous frame. Uncle Vernon raised the rifle with shaking hands, though Harry noticed the barrel trembling violently. This is it, Harry thought. This is when everything changes. The giant's eyes, small and black like beetles, swept the room before settling on Harry with unmistakable recognition. A smile split the wild beard, revealing teeth like broken tombstones. "You're a wizard, Harry." The words hung in the salt-tinged air like an incantation. Harry felt something shift inside his chest, a puzzle piece sliding into place after years of being lost. Magic, the strange things that happened around him, the way he could sometimes make Aunt Petunia's prized petunias wither with a glance when she was being particularly cruel, the time he had somehow ended up on the school roof when Dudley's gang was chasing him. The giant introduced himself as Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. As he spoke of the magical world with infectious enthusiasm, Harry found himself leaning forward, drinking in every word like a man dying of thirst. Hagrid told him about his parents, about how they had died protecting him, about the lightning bolt scar that made Harry Potter the most famous wizard in Britain. But as Hagrid described Hogwarts, painting pictures of moving staircases and talking portraits, floating candles and feasts that appeared from thin air, something nagged at the back of Harry's mind. A question that seemed obvious, but that Hagrid hadn't addressed. Hagrid paused in his description of Quidditch, the wizarding sport played on flying broomsticks, to take a long drink from a bottle he had produced from his massive coat. The fire he had conjured crackled merrily in the grate, filling the small hut with warmth for the first time since they had arrived. Harry chose his words carefully. "Excuse me, Hagrid, but I have to ask, is Hogwarts the only magical school?" Hagrid blinked his beetle-black eyes, looking momentarily confused. "Well, no, Harry. Course not. There's other schools around the world. Beauxbatons in France. Lovely place, that. Durmstrang up north. Bit dark for my tastes, but they turn out fine wizards. Few others scattered about." "Why do you ask?" The question seemed innocent enough, but Harry noticed how Hagrid's expression had grown slightly cautious. Why, indeed? Harry found himself studying the giant man's face, looking for something he couldn't quite name. "I was just wondering why you only mentioned Hogwarts," Harry said slowly. "If there are other options, shouldn't I know about them? Shouldn't I be able to choose?" The silence that followed felt heavy, weighted with implications Harry didn't fully understand. Hagrid shifted uncomfortably, his massive frame making the wooden chair creak ominously. Behind Harry, he could hear Uncle Vernon's laboured breathing and the distant crash of waves against the rocks below. "Well," Hagrid said finally, scratching his wild beard, "Hogwarts is the best school in Britain, that's certain. And you being British and all, it's the natural choice. Your parents went there, made some of the best friends of their lives there. Dumbledore himself is the headmaster, finest wizard who ever lived, some say. But that doesn't really answer my question, does it?" Harry pressed gently. "Just because my parents went there doesn't mean it's automatically the right choice for me. And being British doesn't mean I can't attend school elsewhere, does it? Hagrid was definitely uncomfortable now, mopping his forehead with a handkerchief the size of a small tablecloth. Course not, Harry. But there's procedures and such. International students need special arrangements, different paperwork. Much easier to just go to Hogwarts like you're meant to. Meant to? The words struck Harry strangely. How could he be meant to go anywhere when he had only learned magic existed 20 minutes ago? Something cold settled in Harry's stomach as another thought occurred to him. Hagrid, how did you know where to find me? What's that? You found us here, in this hut in the middle of nowhere. Uncle Vernon brought us here to escape the letters, but somehow you knew exactly where we were. How? Hagrid's face, already flushed from the fire, grew even redder. Dumbledore knew where you'd be, he said, as if this explained everything. Dumbledore always knows these things. Always knows? Harry felt his voice rising slightly. So Professor Dumbledore has been watching me. For how long? Now see here, Harry, Hagrid began, but Harry cut him off with a gesture that surprised them both with its authority. How long, Hagrid? The giant man wilted under Harry's steady gaze. Well, I suppose, since you went to the Dursleys, had to make sure you were safe and all. 11 years, Harry said flatly. Professor Dumbledore has been watching me for 11 years, and in all that time, no one thought to check if I was happy? If I was being treated well? The question hung in the air like an accusation. Harry could feel the Dursleys shifting behind him, Uncle Vernon's breathing growing more laboured, but his attention was fixed entirely on Hagrid, who seemed to be shrinking despite his massive size. Of course we knew you were being treated well, Hagrid protested weakly. The Dursleys are your family. Family takes care of family. Harry felt something bitter and sharp rise in his throat. Do they? He asked quietly. Let me tell you about how my family takes care of me, Hagrid. What followed was a recitation, delivered in Harry's calm, steady voice that seemed to cut through the warm air of the hut like a blade. He told Hagrid about the cupboard under the stairs that had been his bedroom for 10 years, about the bars on his window, the locks on his door, the days without food when he had displeased his relatives, about Dudley's games of Harry hunting, and the teachers who had been told he was a violent, disturbed boy whose word couldn't be trusted. He spoke of Christmas mornings when Dudley opened piles of presents while Harry watched from the corner, having received nothing, of birthday parties he was locked away from, of school projects he couldn't complete because the Dursleys refused to buy him supplies, of clothes that never fit, and food that was always just slightly spoiled by the time it reached his plate. When Harry finished speaking, the only sounds were the storm outside and Uncle Vernon's wheezing breath. Hagrid's face had gone pale beneath his wild beard, and his hands, large enough to palm a basketball, trembled slightly. Harry, Hagrid whispered. I had no idea. Dumbledore said you were being raised in a loving home. Did he check? Harry asked. Did anyone actually check, or did they just assume? Hagrid had no answer to that. Harry stood up from his place by the fire, feeling strangely calm despite the magnitude of what he was about to do. The storm outside seemed to be settling, or perhaps it just seemed that way, because the storm inside the hut was just beginning. I think I need some time to consider my options, Harry announced. All of them. Hagrid lurched to his feet, panic clear in his beetle eyes. But Harry, you have to come to Hogwarts. You're expected. Dumbledore is counting on it. Expected by whom? Harry asked. Counted on for what? I just learned I was a wizard 20 minutes ago. Why is everyone in such a hurry to decide my entire future? It's not like that, Hagrid insisted desperately. Hogwarts is your home. It's where you belong. Home? Harry's voice was soft, but there was something dangerous in it that made even Uncle Vernon stop breathing for a moment. I've never had a home, Hagrid. Not a real one. So forgive me if I don't rush to accept the first offer that comes along, especially when it's connected to people who left me in this situation for 11 years. Hagrid opened his mouth to protest, but Harry held up a hand. You said there are other schools, Beauxbatons and Durmstrang and others. I want to learn about them, all of them. I want to make an informed choice about my education, instead of just following the path someone else laid out for me before I was even old enough to walk. The silence stretched between them like a chasm. Finally, Hagrid spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. What are you saying, Harry? I'm saying no, Harry replied clearly. No to Hogwarts. Not right now, anyway. Not until I know what else is out there and can make a real choice instead of just accepting what I'm told I'm supposed to want. The effect of these words on Hagrid was immediate and dramatic. The giant man staggered backward as if struck, his hand clutching his chest. His face cycled through expressions of shock, panic, and something that might have been grief. But Harry, you can't. You're the boy who lived. You're expected to. Dumbledore needs you to. Expected to what? Needed for what? Harry's voice remained calm, but his green eyes blazed with an intensity that seemed to fill the small hut. I'm 11 years old, Hagrid. I just learned magic exists. The only thing I'm expected to do is learn and grow and figure out who I am. And I can't do that if I let other people make my choices for me. Behind Harry, Uncle Vernon finally found his voice. Absolutely not, the man blustered, his face purple with renewed rage. I won't have any nephew of mine gallivanting off to foreign schools full of freaks and weirdos. If you must go to one of these places, you'll go to the British one where we can keep an eye on you. Harry turned to look at his uncle with an expression of mild curiosity. Keep an eye on me? You mean the way you've been keeping an eye on me for the past 11 years? Thank you, but I think I'll make my own arrangements from now on. Vernon Dursley's face went from purple to almost black. You'll do as you're told, boy. I'm your guardian. Are you? Harry asked mildly. Because it seems to me that guardians are supposed to guard the children in their care. They're supposed to protect them and nurture them and help them grow into the best versions of themselves. I don't think locking children in cupboards and starving them qualifies as guardianship under any reasonable definition. Vernon raised his hand as if to strike, but something in Harry's expression stopped him cold. For just a moment, the boy's green eyes seemed to flash with an inner light that was both beautiful and terrible. The temperature in the hut dropped several degrees, and frost began to form on the windows. I wouldn't if I were you, Harry said quietly. I'm just beginning to understand what I'm capable of. The threat was implicit, but unmistakable. Vernon Dursley, for all his bluster and cruelty, was not a stupid man. He slowly lowered his hand and stepped back. Hagrid was staring at Harry with something approaching awe. Blimey, Harry, your magic is strong. Stronger than most adult wizards, I'd wager. Then perhaps it's time I started learning how to use it properly, Harry replied. From teachers who see me as a student to be educated, not a weapon to be aimed or a symbol to be paraded around. You don't understand, Hagrid pleaded. Dumbledore has plans. Important plans. The wizarding world needs you. The wizarding world has managed without me for 11 years, Harry pointed out. I think it can manage a bit longer while I get a proper education and figure out what I actually want to do with my life. Hagrid looked as if Harry had just told him the sun had decided to set in the east. But the prophecy, your destiny, my what now? The words slipped out before Hagrid could stop them, and the moment they did, the giant man's face went white with horror. Nothing, he said quickly. Never mind. Forget I said anything. But Harry was like a dog with a bone now, and he wasn't about to let this go. What prophecy, Hagrid? What destiny? If someone has been planning my life based on some prediction, don't I have a right to know what it says? I can't, Hagrid moaned. Dumbledore would have my hide. He's the one who should tell you, when you're ready. When I'm ready. Harry's laugh was sharp and bitter. According to whom? And ready for what, exactly? It seems to me that if there's a prophecy about me, I'm the person most qualified to decide when I'm ready to hear it. But Hagrid was already backing toward the door, shaking his massive head. I've said too much already. Harry, please, just come to Hogwarts. Trust Dumbledore. He knows what's best. Does he? Harry asked. Because from where I'm standing, it looks like Professor Dumbledore is perfectly willing to leave children in abusive homes as long as it serves his purposes. It looks like he makes plans for people's lives without bothering to consult them. And now I find out there's some prophecy about me that apparently everyone knows about except me. Forgive me if I'm not feeling particularly trusting right now. Hagrid's shoulders sagged in defeat. What if I can't change your mind? Then you go back to Professor Dumbledore and tell him that Harry Potter will not be attending Hogwarts this year, Harry said firmly. Tell him that Harry Potter is going to research his options and make his own choice about his education. And tell him that if he really cares about my well-being, he'll respect that choice instead of trying to manipulate me into doing what he wants. The giant man looked as if he might cry. This is a mistake, Harry. A terrible mistake. Maybe, Harry acknowledged, but it will be my mistake to make. And honestly, Hagrid, after 11 years of having other people make choices for me that consistently made my life worse, I think I'm entitled to make a few mistakes of my own. Hagrid pulled his massive coat tighter around himself and trudged toward the door. The storm outside had indeed calmed, and pale moonlight filtered through the parting clouds. At the threshold, he turned back one last time. What should I tell them at Hogwarts? All the preparations they've made? Tell them that Harry Potter appreciates their interest, but he's decided to explore other educational opportunities, Harry said politely. Tell them that if Hogwarts is truly as wonderful as you say it is, it will still be wonderful in a year or two when I've had time to make an informed decision. And Dumbledore? Tell Professor Dumbledore that if he wants to earn my trust, he can start by treating me like a person instead of a chess piece. Tell him that if he has information about prophecies or destinies or whatever else concerns me, I'm perfectly capable of hearing it and deciding for myself what to do about it. Hagrid nodded slowly, though he looked like a man attending his own funeral. I hope you know what you're doing, Harry. So do I, Harry replied honestly. But I know I'm not going to figure that out by letting other people make my decisions for me. After Hagrid left, the hut fell silent except for the sound of waves against the rocks below. The Dursleys sat in stunned silence, apparently too shocked by the evening's events to manage their usual complaints and threats. Harry remained standing by the dying fire, staring out at the moonlit sea. For the first time in his life, he had made a choice that was entirely his own. It was terrifying and exhilarating in equal measure. Tomorrow, he would begin researching the magical schools of the world. He would learn about different approaches to magical education, different philosophies and traditions. He would write letters and ask questions and gather information until he could make a truly informed decision about his future. Tonight, though, he simply stood and watched the waves and marveled at the fact that for the first time in 11 years, he was in control of his own destiny. The boy who had lived through 11 years of neglect and abuse was about to become something far more dangerous to those who sought to control him. He was about to become a young man who knew his own worth and refused to settle for less than he deserved. And somewhere in Scotland, in a castle filled with moving staircases and talking portraits, an old man with a long silver beard was about to receive news that would change everything he thought he knew about Harry Potter and the future he had so carefully planned. The refusal had been spoken. Now the real story could begin. The International Academy of Magical Cooperation was born on a Tuesday morning in May, in a conference room overlooking the gardens of Beauxbatons Academy, where representatives from 17 magical governments had gathered to witness something that had never happened before in the history of magical education. Harry Potter stood at the front of the room, no longer the scared, uncertain boy who had refused his Hogwarts letter nearly a year ago, but a confident young leader whose vision for magical cooperation had inspired an unprecedented alliance of international magical institutions. Ministers, headmasters, and educational officials from across Europe and beyond listened as Harry outlined the proposal that would transform his personal educational choice into a revolution that would reshape magical society itself. The plan was elegant in its simplicity and radical in its implications. Instead of forcing individual students to choose between educational opportunities in their home countries and abroad, the International Academy would create a network of cooperative institutions that shared resources, faculty, and curricula across national boundaries. Students would be able to study at multiple institutions during their magical education, experiencing different approaches to magical learning and developing the international perspective that would be essential for addressing the global challenges facing the magical world. Most importantly, the Academy would establish formal protections for young magical people seeking educational alternatives, ensuring that no student could be forced to accept educational placement that did not serve their individual development and interests. Harry had been working on this proposal for weeks, collaborating with educational experts and policy analysts from across the international magical community. But the inspiration for the project had come from a simple realization. If his individual choice to seek better educational opportunities had created such controversy, imagine what might be accomplished if that choice were expanded into a systematic alternative that was available to every young magical person who wanted it. The presentation Harry gave that morning was the culmination of everything he had learned during his time at Beauxbatons. The advanced magical theory that had taught him to think systematically about complex problems. The diplomatic training that had shown him how to build consensus among diverse groups of stakeholders. The strategic planning skills that had helped him understand how individual actions could create broader social and political change. But perhaps most importantly, it reflected the confidence and sense of purpose that he had developed through being part of a community that valued his thoughts and opinions and treated him as someone whose contributions mattered. As Harry spoke about the Academy's mission and structure, about the educational innovations that would be possible through international cooperation, about the protections and opportunities that would be available to students who had previously been forced to accept whatever educational placement was offered to them, he could see the enthusiasm building in his audience. These were people who had dedicated their lives to magical education, who understood the limitations of traditional approaches and the potential benefits of innovation and collaboration. More than that, they were people who had witnessed firsthand the results that Harry's educational choice had produced, the advanced magical abilities and mature leadership skills that he had developed through access to international educational resources. The questions that followed Harry's presentation were thoughtful and detailed, focusing on practical concerns about implementation and governance, rather than fundamental objections to the concept itself. Minister Delacroix asked about funding mechanisms and how the costs of international educational cooperation would be shared among participating governments. Harry outlined a system based on proportional contribution that would ensure all participating countries benefited from the Academy, regardless of their individual economic resources. The headmaster of the Budapest Academy of Mystical Arts inquired about curriculum coordination and how educational standards would be maintained across institutions with different cultural and pedagogical traditions. Harry described a flexible framework that would establish basic competency requirements while allowing individual institutions to maintain their distinctive approaches and specializations. Professor Kowalski raised concerns about student safety and how young magical people would be protected when studying far from their home countries and families. Harry presented detailed security protocols and support systems that had been developed based on his own experience and the experiences of other international students at Beauxbatons. But perhaps the most significant question came from an unexpected source. Victor Krum, who had arrived at Beauxbatons Academy 2 weeks earlier as an official representative of Durmstrang Institute, asked about the political implications of the Academy and how it would respond to pressure from magical governments that opposed international educational cooperation. This question went to the heart of the current crisis and the ultimatum that the British magical government had delivered regarding Harry's continued enrollment at Beauxbatons. Harry's answer demonstrated the strategic thinking and diplomatic sophistication that his training had developed, but it also revealed the principled conviction that had motivated his original choice to seek educational alternatives. "Victor," he said, addressing the question directly, "the Academy's position on political pressure will be simple and consistent. We will cooperate fully with any magical government that respects the rights of young magical people to make informed choices about their education and development." He paused, looking around the room at the assembled officials. "We will not cooperate with any government that attempts to use force, coercion, or intimidation to prevent young people from accessing educational opportunities that serve their individual needs and interests." The silence that followed was profound, as everyone in the room understood that Harry had just articulated a policy that would put the International Academy in direct opposition to the increasingly authoritarian approach being adopted by the British magical government. Minister Volkov leaned forward, his grey eyes intense with interest. "Mr. Potter," he said, "are you saying that the Academy would be prepared to accept students from any country, regardless of objections from their home governments? If those students meet our academic standards and are seeking genuine educational opportunities, then yes," Harry replied without hesitation. "We believe that access to appropriate magical education is a fundamental right of all young magical people, not a privilege that can be granted or withheld by governments based on political considerations." The discussions that followed were complex and sometimes heated, as representatives worked through the practical and political implications of what was being proposed. But by the end of the day, 17 magical governments had agreed to participate in the International Academy of Magical Cooperation, with more expected to join as word of the initiative spread throughout the global magical community. More importantly for Harry's immediate situation, the Academy's charter included specific provisions protecting students and faculty from political retaliation by governments that opposed international educational cooperation. These protections were put to the test almost immediately. 3 days after the Academy's official establishment, British magical authorities attempted to enforce their ultimatum by launching what could only be described as a coordinated assault on Beauxbatons Academy. The attack came at dawn, when most students were still sleeping, and involved not only dark wizards allied with Voldemort, but also official auras acting under direct orders from the British Ministry of Magic. Harry was awakened by alarms that were unlike anything he had heard before, emergency signals that indicated not just danger, but active magical warfare. He dressed quickly and made his way to the predetermined assembly point, where students and faculty were gathering under the protection of the Academy's most powerful defensive enchantments. But instead of joining the other students in the sheltered areas, Harry made his way to the command center that had been established for coordinating the Academy's defense. This was where Professor Dubois, Colonel Reeves, and other security experts were managing the response to the attack, and Harry knew that his advanced training and strategic knowledge could be valuable in developing an effective defense plan. What he found when he arrived at the command center was a situation that was more complex and dangerous than anything he had prepared for. The attackers were not just trying to breach the Academy's defenses and capture Harry, they were also attempting to destroy the research facilities and archives that contained the educational innovations and international cooperation agreements that formed the foundation of the Academy's mission. This suggested that their goal was not simply to force Harry's return to Britain, but to eliminate the entire concept of international magical educational cooperation before it could spread to other institutions and other countries. Harry studied the tactical displays that showed the positions and movements of the attacking forces, drawing on the strategic analysis training he had received from Colonel Reeves and the advanced defensive techniques he had learned from Professor Dubois. After several minutes of observation and analysis, he turned to the assembled security experts with a proposal that would define the Academy's response and establish precedents for international magical cooperation in the face of authoritarian aggression. "Colonel Reeves, Professor Dubois," he said, "I believe we have an opportunity here to do more than simply defend against this attack. I think we can demonstrate the superiority of international magical cooperation in ways that will make future attacks both more difficult and less likely." Colonel Reeves looked up from the communication devices he had been using to coordinate with security forces from other magical governments. "What are you proposing, Harry?" "Instead of focusing solely on repelling the attackers," Harry explained, "what if we used this situation to showcase the advanced defensive and strategic capabilities that result from international magical education and cooperation?" He gestured toward the tactical displays. "We have security experts here from 7 different countries, each bringing different magical traditions and defensive techniques. We have students and faculty who understand magical theory and practical application at levels that would be impossible in traditional, isolated educational systems." His green eyes flashed with determination and strategic insight. "What if we coordinated our response in ways that demonstrate not just our ability to defend ourselves, but our commitment to protecting the principles of educational freedom and international cooperation that this academy represents?" The plan that emerged from the strategy session that followed was unprecedented in its scope and ambition. Instead of simply defending Beauxbatons Academy, the international magical community would use the attack as an opportunity to demonstrate coordinated magical capabilities that had never been attempted before. Security forces from multiple countries would work together, using communication techniques and strategic coordination methods that had been developed through the Academy's research programs. Advanced students would participate in defensive operations using magical techniques they had learned through international educational cooperation. Faculty members would demonstrate innovative approaches to magical defense that combined traditional techniques from different magical cultures. Most importantly, the defense would be conducted with full transparency, using magical recording and communication spells that would allow the entire international magical community to observe how cooperation and advanced education produced superior results to the isolated, authoritarian approaches favored by the attackers. The battle that followed was unlike anything that had ever been witnessed in the history of magical conflict. The attacking forces, despite their significant numbers and coordination, found themselves facing defensive capabilities that they had never encountered and for which they had no effective countermeasures. Students and faculty working together created protective barriers that adapted in real time to different types of magical attacks. International security forces coordinated their responses using communication spells that allowed instant information sharing and strategic adjustment. Advanced magical techniques developed through the Academy's research programs neutralized threats in ways that minimized harm to both defenders and attackers. Perhaps most significantly, the defense demonstrated magical capabilities that were clearly superior to anything that could be achieved through traditional, isolated approaches to magical education and training. Harry found himself at the center of the coordination efforts, using the strategic analysis skills he had developed to identify patterns in the attacker's behavior and coordinate defensive responses that took advantage of the international force's superior cooperation and communication abilities. But his most important contribution came when he realized that the attacking forces included not just dark wizards and official auras, but also young magical people who appeared to be under some form of magical compulsion or coercion. This discovery led to a fundamental shift in defensive strategy, from simply repelling the attack to attempting to rescue the young people who had been forced to participate in it. Using advanced magical techniques he had learned from Professor Renault's work on restorative defense, Harry helped coordinate efforts to break the compulsion spells that were controlling the younger attackers while simultaneously maintaining the defensive barriers that protected the Academy. The operation was complex and dangerous, requiring precise magical coordination and split-second tactical decisions. But the international team's superior training and communication capabilities made it possible to accomplish something that would have been impossible for any single magical institution or government. By the end of the battle, Not only had the Academy successfully defended itself against the attack, but the international forces had rescued 17 young British magical people who had been forced to participate in the assault against their will. These rescued students provided intelligence that revealed the extent to which the British magical government was willing to compromise fundamental ethical principles in its efforts to maintain control over young magical people who sought educational alternatives. More importantly for the broader magical community, the battle demonstrated conclusively that international magical cooperation produced defensive capabilities that were far superior to anything that could be achieved through isolated, authoritarian approaches. The recordings of the battle, which were distributed throughout the international magical community within hours of the attack's conclusion, sparked immediate and widespread support for the Academy's mission and principles. Magical governments that had been hesitant to oppose British magical authority found themselves under pressure from their own citizens to support international educational cooperation and to protect young magical people seeking alternatives to traditional educational placement. Most significantly, the battle's outcome led to a massive increase in applications to the Academy from young magical people throughout Europe and beyond, including a significant number from Britain itself. These applications came not just from students seeking better educational opportunities, but from young people who had been inspired by the Academy's demonstration that cooperation and innovation were more powerful than authority and tradition. The British magical government's response to these developments was swift and revealing. Instead of acknowledging the superior results produced by international magical cooperation, they escalated their efforts to force the return of British magical citizens who were participating in Academy programs. This escalation included not just magical attacks, but diplomatic pressure, economic sanctions, and threats of broader magical warfare against any government that continued to support international educational cooperation. The international magical community's response was equally swift and far more effective. Within a week of the attack on Beauxbatons, 23 magical governments had signed formal agreements establishing comprehensive protections for young magical people seeking international educational opportunities. These agreements included not just legal protections and diplomatic support, but also practical measures such as emergency relocation services for students facing coercion from their home governments and advanced security measures to protect international magical institutions from future attacks. Perhaps most significantly, the agreements established formal procedures for magical refugees, young people seeking asylum from authoritarian magical governments that were attempting to control their educational and personal choices. Harry found himself at the center of these diplomatic developments, not as a symbolic figure to be protected and managed, but as an active participant whose voice and opinions were genuinely valued by the adults making policy decisions. In meetings with Minister Volkov and other international magical officials, Harry contributed strategic insights and policy recommendations based on his unique perspective as someone who had experienced both authoritarian control and educational freedom. His suggestions often focused on ways to ensure that the protections being established would benefit not just famous or exceptional students, but all young magical people who were seeking alternatives to educational placement that didn't serve their individual needs and interests. It was during one of these policy discussions that Harry proposed what would become known as the Educational Freedom Protocol, a comprehensive framework for protecting the rights of young magical people to make informed choices about their education, regardless of political pressure from their home governments. The protocol established clear standards for what constituted appropriate educational placement, created mechanisms for students to appeal decisions they felt were not in their best interests, and provided resources for young people seeking to understand their educational options. Most importantly, it established the principle that access to appropriate magical education was a fundamental right that could not be restricted based on political considerations or governmental convenience. The protocol was adopted by the International Confederation of Wizards within a month of Harry's proposal, making it part of international magical law and establishing precedents that would protect future generations of magical students. As summer arrived, and Harry reflected on the extraordinary year he had experienced since choosing to seek education outside traditional British magical institutions, he realized that his individual choice had indeed created changes that extended far beyond his personal educational experience. The International Academy of Magical Cooperation was now operational, serving students from over 30 countries and demonstrating educational innovations that were being studied and adopted by magical institutions around the world. The Educational Freedom Protocol had established legal protections for young magical people that had never existed before, creating frameworks for ensuring that educational placement served individual student needs rather than institutional or governmental preferences. Most importantly, a new generation of young magical people was growing up with the understanding that they had choices about their futures, that they could seek educational opportunities that aligned with their individual talents and interests, and that international cooperation was more powerful than isolated authority in addressing the challenges facing the magical world. But perhaps the most significant change was in Harry himself. The scared, uncertain boy who had refused his Hogwarts letter had become a confident young leader whose vision and strategic thinking were helping to reshape magical society. He had learned not just advanced magical techniques and theoretical knowledge, but the leadership skills and diplomatic capabilities that would serve him throughout his life. More than that, he had discovered that his individual choices could have implications that extended far beyond his personal circumstances. As he stood in the Academy gardens on a beautiful summer evening, surrounded by friends from around the world who had become his chosen family, Harry felt a deep sense of satisfaction about the path he had chosen. He had proven that young people could make wise decisions about their own futures when given access to complete information and genuine support. He had demonstrated that international cooperation produced better results than isolated authoritarianism. He had established protections and opportunities that would benefit countless other young magical people for generations to come. Most importantly, he had remained true to the principles that had motivated his original choice. The conviction that education should serve the individual needs and interests of students rather than the political convenience of institutions or governments. The boy who had lived was now the young man who was changing the world. And he was just getting started. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new opportunities to demonstrate the power of cooperation over coercion, new chances to prove that the principles of educational freedom and international collaboration could create a better magical world for everyone. Tonight, though, he was simply Harry Potter, student at the International Academy of Magical Cooperation, surrounded by friends who valued him for who he was rather than who other people thought he should be. And that, Harry thought, as he watched the stars begin to appear over the Academy grounds, was exactly where he belonged. The first Horcrux was discovered by accident, hidden in a cave overlooking the Mediterranean Sea, where a French wizard family had been storing artifacts they had inherited from distant relatives who had fled Britain during Voldemort's first rise to power. The family had contacted the International Academy after reading about the Educational Freedom Protocol, and Harry's work establishing protections for young magical people fleeing authoritarian magical governments. Their teenage daughter wanted to apply for academy admission, but they were concerned about strange magical emanations coming from some of the artifacts in their family's collection. Harry had volunteered to investigate as part of his advanced training in magical threat assessment, working alongside Professor Dubois and a team of international magical security experts who specialized in dark magical artifacts. What they found in the family's storage vault was far more significant than anyone had anticipated. Among the various magical items that had accumulated over generations was an ornate locket that radiated such powerful dark magic that it made Harry's scar burn with recognition. When Professor Dubois attempted to examine the locket using standard magical analysis techniques, the artifact's defenses activated with a violence that suggested it contained something far more dangerous than simple dark magical enchantments. It was Hermione who identified what they were dealing with, drawing on research she had been conducting into the darkest forms of magical artifacts as part of her advanced studies in international magical law and dark arts prevention. "Harry," she said quietly, as they examined the locket from behind protective magical barriers, "I think this might be a Horcrux." The word sent a chill through everyone in the vault. Horcruxes were among the most forbidden magical artifacts in existence, created through murder and used to achieve a twisted form of immortality by splitting one's soul and hiding fragments in objects or living beings. If Hermione was correct, they had discovered evidence that Voldemort had indeed prepared for his own potential destruction by creating multiple vessels to contain pieces of his soul. More importantly, they had found one of those vessels, which meant they might be able to destroy a piece of Voldemort's immortality defenses. The analysis that followed confirmed Hermione's identification and revealed the full scope of what they were dealing with. The locket was indeed a Horcrux, containing a fragment of Voldemort's soul that had been bound to the artifact through the murder of an innocent person decades earlier. More troubling was the discovery that the locket was not unique. Magical analysis revealed traces of similar dark magic at other locations, suggesting that Voldemort had created multiple Horcruxes as insurance against his own destruction. This intelligence was shared immediately with the International Magical Security Network that had been established to coordinate resistance to Voldemort's growing power. Within hours, teams of expert magical investigators were examining sites across Europe for signs of similar artifacts. The search that followed was methodical and comprehensive, drawing on the international cooperation networks that Harry's educational choices had helped to establish. Magical archives in 7 countries were consulted to identify artifacts that might have the magical signatures associated with Horcrux creation. Historical records were examined to trace the movements of items that had been in Voldemort's possession during his previous rise to power. Most importantly, the search benefited from the advanced magical techniques and theoretical knowledge that had been developed through the Academy's research programs and international educational cooperation. Harry found himself at the center of the investigation, not because of his fame or symbolic importance, but because his unique magical connection to Voldemort made him capable of detecting the presence of Horcrux magic in ways that other investigators could not match. This detection ability was both a blessing and a curse. It made Harry invaluable for locating the hidden artifacts, but it also subjected him to the corrupting influence of the soul fragments contained within them. Each Horcrux they discovered caused his scar to burn with increasing intensity, and exposure to multiple artifacts left him feeling drained and emotionally unstable. The solution came from an unexpected source. Fleur Delacour, who had become one of Harry's closest friends during his time at Beauxbatons and who was now pursuing advanced studies in magical creature healing, proposed using protective techniques derived from Velar magic to shield Harry from the worst effects of Horcrux exposure. Velar magic, she explained to the research team, included natural defenses against soul magic and emotional manipulation that could be adapted to protect someone who needed to interact with dark artifacts without being corrupted by their influence. The protective techniques that Fleur developed, working with Academy researchers who specialized in cross-cultural magical applications, proved to be remarkably effective. Not only did they shield Harry from the corrupting influence of the Horcruxes, they also enhanced his ability to detect and analyze the magical signatures associated with soul magic. With these protections in place, the hunt for Horcruxes accelerated dramatically. Working with international teams of magical investigators, Harry helped locate and analyze artifacts hidden across Europe, each discovery revealing more about Voldemort's methods and the scope of his immortality preparations. The second Horcrux was found in a vault beneath Gringotts Wizarding Bank in London, hidden among the treasures of an ancient pure-blood family that had supported Voldemort during his first rise to power. This discovery required delicate diplomatic negotiations, as the British magical government was still attempting to force Harry's return and was suspicious of any international magical activities on British soil. The solution came through the Academy's legal framework and the Educational Freedom Protocol that Harry had helped to establish. International magical law now recognized the right of magical investigators to pursue threats that crossed national boundaries, particularly when those threats involved artifacts that could destabilize magical societies across multiple countries. The British magical government's objections were overruled by the International Confederation of Wizards, which authorized the Academy's investigation teams to operate on British soil under the protection of international magical law. The operation to retrieve the Horcrux from Gringotts was complex and dangerous, requiring careful coordination between Academy investigators and the few elements within the British magical establishment that still supported international cooperation over authoritarian isolation. Harry participated in the operation as part of an international team that included experts from 6 different countries, each contributing specialized knowledge and techniques that would have been unavailable to any single magical institution or government. The success of the Gringotts operation demonstrated once again the superior capabilities that resulted from international magical cooperation, but it also revealed troubling intelligence about the extent of Voldemort's influence within British magical institutions. Evidence recovered from the vault suggested that Voldemort had supporters and allies embedded throughout the British magical government, including individuals who had been working to undermine international cooperation and force the return of British magical citizens who had sought educational and professional opportunities abroad. More disturbing was evidence suggesting that these supporters had been systematically suppressing information about Voldemort's Horcrux creation, preventing British magical authorities from understanding the true scope of the threat they were facing. This intelligence was shared with international magical security networks, leading to increased protective measures for Academy students and faculty who might be targets for infiltration or attack by Voldemort's supporters. The 3rd and 4th Horcruxes were discovered almost simultaneously, hidden in locations that revealed the global scope of Voldemort's preparations for immortality. One was concealed in a castle in Romania that had been used as a training facility for dark magical practitioners. The other was found in a manor house in Germany that had belonged to a family of dark wizard sympathizers who had fled Europe during the aftermath of Voldemort's first defeat. Both discoveries required international operations that demonstrated the effectiveness of the cooperative networks that the Academy had helped to establish. Magical security forces from multiple countries worked together, using communication and coordination techniques that allowed them to neutralize the artifact's defenses without triggering the destructive magical traps that Voldemort had built into their protection systems. Harry's role in these operations continued to evolve as his abilities and experience developed. No longer was he simply a detector of dark magic or a symbol of international cooperation. He had become a skilled magical investigator and strategic coordinator whose insights and capabilities were genuinely valuable to the professional teams leading the Horcrux hunt. Perhaps more importantly, he had become a leader whose vision and principles influenced how the international magical community approached the challenge of dismantling Voldemort's immortality preparations. Instead of simply destroying the Horcruxes and hoping that this would be sufficient to defeat Voldemort, Harry proposed a more comprehensive approach that addressed the underlying conditions that had allowed such dark magic to flourish in the first place. Working with policy experts and magical theorists from across the international community, Harry helped develop what became known as the Comprehensive Dark Arts Prevention Framework, a systematic approach to identifying and addressing the social, political, and educational factors that contributed to the development of dark magical practices. The framework included provisions for early intervention with young magical people who showed signs of being drawn to dark magic, educational programs that helped students understand the ethical implications of their magical choices, and support systems for magical communities that might be vulnerable to infiltration by dark magical movements. Most importantly, the framework established international standards for magical governance that prioritized transparency, accountability, and respect for individual rights over the kind of authoritarian control that had enabled Voldemort's rise to power in the first place. The framework was adopted by the International Confederation of Wizards as official policy, making it part of international magical law and establishing precedents that would help prevent future dark magical movements from achieving the kind of power and influence that Voldemort had accumulated. But the most significant breakthrough in the Horcrux hunt came when Harry's research revealed a pattern in the artifact's locations and magical signatures that suggested there were exactly 7 Horcruxes in total, with one of them being something unprecedented in the history of dark magic. Hermione's research, conducted in the Academy's archives using resources that combined magical texts from dozens of different cultural traditions, revealed that Voldemort had not only created multiple Horcruxes, but had inadvertently created one additional soul fragment during his attempt to kill Harry as a baby. This discovery explained the magical connection that Harry had always felt to Voldemort, the ability to sense the dark wizard's emotions and intentions that had both helped and hindered him throughout his life. More importantly, it revealed that Harry himself carried a piece of Voldemort's soul, making him technically a living Horcrux, whose continued existence was essential to Voldemort's immortality. The implications of this discovery were staggering. It meant that defeating Voldemort permanently would require not just the destruction of the external Horcruxes, but also finding a way to remove the soul fragment from Harry without killing him in the process. Traditional magical wisdom suggested that this was impossible. Horcrux magic was designed to be irreversible, and attempts to remove soul fragments from living beings typically resulted in the death of the host. But the Academy's research programs had been developing innovative approaches to magical healing and soul magic that combined techniques from multiple cultural traditions and theoretical frameworks. Working with experts from across the international magical community, Hermione and Fleur began researching possible solutions to what seemed like an impossible problem. The solution, when it came, drew on magical traditions that had been preserved in isolated magical communities around the world, techniques that had never been studied or understood by mainstream European magical institutions. A healing master from the mountains of Tibet contributed knowledge about soul purification rituals that could separate foreign magical influences from a person's natural magical signature. A witch from the Amazon rainforest shared techniques for using natural magical energies to heal spiritual damage. A wizard from the Aboriginal communities of Australia provided insights into dreamtime magic that could address problems on the spiritual level rather than the physical plane. Combined with advanced magical theory that had been developed through the Academy's research programs, these traditional techniques offered the possibility of removing the Horcrux from Harry without destroying his natural soul or ending his life. The ritual that was eventually designed required months of preparation and coordination between dozens of magical experts from around the world. It would need to be performed in a location of significant natural magical power, with protections and safeguards that could contain the potentially destructive energies that would be released when the soul fragment was separated. Most importantly, it would require Harry to voluntarily submit to a process that would be extraordinarily dangerous and painful, with no guarantee of success and significant risk that the attempt might kill him, even if it succeeded in removing Voldemort's soul fragment. Harry's decision to undergo the ritual was not made lightly. He spent weeks consulting with magical healers, spiritual advisors, and the friends and mentors who had become his chosen family during his time at the Academy. The consensus was that the risk was justified by the potential benefits, not just for Harry himself, but for the entire magical world. As long as the soul fragment remained within him, Voldemort would retain a form of immortality that made his permanent defeat impossible. More than that, the corrupting influence of the soul fragment posed an ongoing threat to Harry's own spiritual and magical development. The longer it remained within him, the more likely it became that he would be negatively affected by its dark, magical influence. The ritual was scheduled to take place during the summer solstice, when natural magical energies would be at their peak and the chances of success would be maximized. The location chosen was a stone circle in the Highlands of Scotland, that had been used for magical healing rituals for thousands of years, and that was protected by natural magical barriers that would contain any destructive energies released during the process. International magical authorities provided security and logistical support, ensuring that the ritual could proceed without interference from Voldemort's supporters or the increasingly authoritarian British magical government. As the date of the ritual approached, Harry found himself reflecting on the extraordinary journey that had brought him to this point. Less than 2 years earlier, he had been a powerless child whose suffering was maintained to serve other people's magical agendas. Now he was a young leader whose choices had transformed international magical education, whose vision had created new frameworks for protecting the rights of young magical people, and whose courage was about to free himself and the magical world from one of the darkest threats they had ever faced. The boy who had refused his Hogwarts letter had become someone whose individual choices had reshaped magical society, and whose personal growth had created opportunities and protections that would benefit countless other young magical people for generations to come. Tomorrow would bring the ritual that would either free him from Voldemort's influence or end his life in the attempt. But tonight, as Harry stood in the Academy gardens surrounded by friends from around the world who had become his chosen family, he felt profound satisfaction about the path he had chosen and the principles he had maintained. He had proven that young people deserved the right to make informed choices about their own futures. He had demonstrated that international cooperation was more powerful than isolated authoritarianism in addressing global challenges. He had created systematic protections for educational freedom that would benefit students for generations to come. Most importantly, he had remained true to the values that had motivated his original refusal to simply accept the path that others had laid out for him. The conviction that every person deserved to be treated with respect and dignity, the belief that education should serve individual development rather than institutional convenience, and the understanding that true strength came from cooperation and mutual support, rather than dominance and control. Whatever tomorrow brought, Harry knew that he had used his time well, and that the changes he had helped to create would continue to benefit the magical world long after his individual story had ended. The boy who had lived was ready to become the young man who would be free. The morning of the summer solstice dawned clear and bright over the Scottish Highlands, the ancient stones of the ritual circle casting long shadows across the heather-covered landscape. Harry Potter stood at the center of that circle, surrounded by magical practitioners from 17 different countries who had come together to attempt something that had never been tried before in the history of magical healing. The ritual to remove Voldemort's soul fragment from Harry without killing him in the process represented the culmination of months of research and preparation, drawing on magical traditions that spanned continents and cultures. But more than that, it represented the ultimate test of the international magical cooperation that Harry's educational choices had helped to create. Hermione stood at the eastern point of the circle, her role as magical theorist and research coordinator making her essential to the complex calculations and timing that would be required for the ritual's success. Fleur occupied the southern point, her expertise in Vila healing magic providing crucial protections against the corrupting influence of dark magic. Victor Krum held the western position, his knowledge of northern European magical traditions contributing defensive techniques that would help contain the potentially destructive energies that would be released. At the northern point stood Madame Maxime herself, her presence serving both as a symbol of the Academy's commitment to Harry's welfare and as a source of the powerful magical stability that would anchor the entire ritual against the chaotic forces they were about to unleash. The international team of magical healers, soul magic experts, and protective ward specialists who filled the spaces between the primary positions represented a gathering of magical knowledge and capability that would have been impossible under traditional, isolated approaches to magical education and cooperation. Harry felt remarkably calm as the preparations neared completion, despite the knowledge that the next few hours would either free him from Voldemort's influence forever or end his life in the attempt. The months of training and preparation had given him confidence in the ritual's design and in the abilities of the people who would be guiding him through the process. More than that, he felt a deep sense of rightness about what they were attempting. For nearly 2 years, he had been working to establish principles of educational freedom, international cooperation, and individual choice that would benefit young magical people for generations to come. Today's ritual represented the ultimate expression of those principles, demonstrating that even the most seemingly impossible challenges could be overcome when people worked together across cultural and national boundaries. Professor Dubois approached the center of the circle, carrying the special wand that had been crafted specifically for the ritual, using techniques that combined French wand lore with magical practices from around the world. The wand itself was a work of art and magical engineering that represented everything the Academy stood for: innovation, cooperation, and the integration of diverse magical traditions to achieve results that no single approach could accomplish alone. "Harry," he said quietly, "are you ready to begin?" Harry nodded, feeling the weight of the moment, but also the strength that came from being surrounded by people who genuinely cared about his welfare, and who had invested enormous time and effort in making this day possible. "I'm ready, Professor Dubois. Let's finish what we started when I refused my Hogwarts letter." The ritual began at precisely noon, when the sun reached its highest point and the natural magical energies of the solstice were at their peak. The first phase involved establishing the protective barriers that would contain the dark magical energies released when the soul fragment was separated from Harry's natural soul. This required coordination between ward specialists from 6 different countries, each contributing techniques from their respective magical traditions to create a protective matrix that was far more sophisticated and powerful than anything that could have been achieved by any single magical institution. Harry felt the barriers settling around him, like layers of warm, protective light, each one attuned to different aspects of the magical energies they would be dealing with. The wards would protect not just Harry himself, but also the other participants in the ritual and the surrounding landscape from the potentially devastating effects of uncontrolled soul magic. The second phase involved the careful mapping and analysis of the soul fragment's integration with Harry's natural magical signature. This required techniques that combined traditional divination with advanced magical theory, allowing the healers to understand exactly how Voldemort's soul piece had attached itself to Harry's spiritual essence. Hermione led this phase, using the theoretical framework she had developed during her advanced studies to guide the diagnostic process. Her analysis revealed that the soul fragment had indeed integrated deeply with Harry's magical core, but that it remained distinct enough to be separated without destroying Harry's natural magical abilities. Most importantly, she confirmed that the protective techniques Fleur had developed would be sufficient to shield Harry from the worst effects of the separation process, ensuring that he could survive the removal of the soul fragment if the ritual was performed correctly. The third phase was the most dangerous, requiring Harry to consciously cooperate with the magical processes that would tear apart aspects of his spiritual essence. This meant remaining aware and actively participating even as his soul was subjected to forces that would normally cause unconsciousness or death. The pain, when it began, was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. It felt as though something fundamental to his being was being ripped away, leaving raw wounds in places he hadn't known could be injured. But the protective magic that surrounded him made the pain bearable, and his training in advanced magical techniques gave him the mental discipline necessary to maintain consciousness and cooperation throughout the process. More importantly, he could feel the support of the friends and mentors who surrounded the ritual circle, their magical energies combining to sustain and strengthen him during the most difficult moments of the separation. As the soul fragment began to separate from his natural essence, Harry felt something that he had carried his entire life without realizing it, finally loosening its grip. The constant low-level connection to Voldemort's emotions and thoughts, the burning sensation in his scar when dark magic was near, the subtle but persistent influence that had shaped his magical development since infancy, all of it was being stripped away to reveal the person he had always been underneath Voldemort's unwanted influence. The moment of final separation was marked by an explosion of light that seemed to come from within Harry himself, a burst of pure magical energy that represented the liberation of his natural soul from the dark fragment that had been parasitically attached to it. But the ritual was not complete. The separated soul fragment, now existing as a distinct entity, had to be properly contained and destroyed to prevent it from seeking another host or causing additional harm. This final phase required the coordinated efforts of every participant in the ritual as they worked together to channel the soul fragment into a specially prepared containment vessel where it could be safely destroyed using techniques that had been developed through the Academy's dark arts prevention research. The destruction of the soul fragment was marked by another burst of light, this one darker and more violent than the first, as Voldemort's corrupted soul essence was finally eliminated from existence. When the light faded and the magical energies of the ritual settled into stillness, Harry found himself lying in the center of the stone circle, weak but alive, surrounded by friends whose faces showed relief and triumph in equal measure. The first thing he noticed was the silence. For his entire life, there had been a constant low-level awareness of Voldemort's presence at the edge of his consciousness, a subtle but persistent reminder of the connection that had been forged when the Dark Wizard had tried to kill him as a baby. Now that presence was gone, leaving Harry feeling more truly alone in his own mind than he had ever been before, but also more truly himself. The second thing he noticed was the change in his magical signature. Without Voldemort's influence, his natural magical abilities felt cleaner and more focused, as though filters had been removed from his perceptions and capabilities. But perhaps most importantly, Harry felt a deep sense of completeness that he had never experienced before. For the first time in his life, he was entirely his own person, free from both the corrupting influence of Voldemort's soul fragment and the manipulative control of adults who had claimed to know what was best for him. The celebration that followed the ritual's success was subdued but deeply meaningful, as the international magical community recognized that they had achieved something unprecedented in the history of magical healing and dark arts prevention. More than just removing a Horcrux from a living person, they had demonstrated that international magical cooperation could overcome challenges that had previously been considered impossible to solve. The precedents established by the ritual's success would benefit future generations of magical people who might face similar dark magical influences, providing them with hope and resources that had never existed before. But the immediate consequence of the ritual's success was that Voldemort's immortality defenses were now completely destroyed. With all of his Horcruxes eliminated, including the one that had been accidentally created in Harry, the Dark Wizard was now vulnerable to permanent death in ways that he hadn't been since his original defeat. This vulnerability did not go unnoticed by Voldemort himself. 3 days after the ritual, while Harry was still recovering from the spiritual and physical trauma of the soul fragment's removal, Voldemort launched his most desperate and dangerous attack yet. Instead of targeting Harry directly or attempting to force his return to Britain, Voldemort attacked the very heart of the international magical cooperation that had made his defeat possible. The assault came simultaneously against magical institutions in 7 countries, coordinated strikes designed to destroy the research facilities, archives, and educational resources that had enabled the Academy's innovations in magical healing and dark arts prevention. But the attack also revealed the full extent of Voldemort's desperation and the ways in which his traditional authoritarian approach to magical power was inadequate to deal with the new realities of international magical cooperation. The coordinated defense that met Voldemort's assault was unlike anything that had ever been attempted in the history of magical conflict. Instead of each country defending its own institutions in isolation, the international magical community responded as a unified force, sharing resources, intelligence, and magical capabilities in real time across national boundaries. Harry participated in the defense, despite his recent ordeal, not as the primary combatant, but as a strategic coordinator, whose understanding of both Voldemort's methods and international magical cooperation made him uniquely valuable for directing the collaborative response. Working from a command center at Beauxbatons Academy that had been connected through magical communication networks to similar facilities in 6 other countries, Harry helped coordinate defensive efforts that combined magical techniques from dozens of different cultural traditions and theoretical frameworks. The result was a demonstration of magical capabilities that completely overwhelmed Voldemort's traditional dark magic approaches. His forces, despite their significant power and coordination, found themselves facing defensive techniques they had never encountered, and for which they had no effective countermeasures. More importantly, they found themselves facing a unified international magical community that refused to be intimidated by threats or divided by fear. The turning point in the battle came when Harry realized that Voldemort himself was present at one of the attack sites, leading the assault on the research facility in Germany, where some of the Academy's most important dark arts prevention work was being conducted. This was the opportunity that the international magical community had been preparing for, the chance to confront Voldemort directly with all the advantages that international cooperation and advanced magical education could provide. Harry made the decision to travel to Germany and participate directly in the confrontation, not because he sought revenge or personal glory, but because his unique understanding of Voldemort's methods and his symbolic importance to the international magical community made his presence essential for achieving permanent victory. The battle that followed was unlike anything that had ever been witnessed in the history of magical conflict. Voldemort, despite his considerable power and decades of experience, found himself facing not just Harry Potter, but an entire international magical community that had been transformed by the principles of cooperation and innovation that Harry's educational choices had helped to establish. The magical techniques used against Voldemort combined traditional combat magic with innovative approaches that had been developed through the Academy's research programs. Defensive strategies drew on protective techniques from around the world. Healing magic ensured that casualties were minimized even during the most intense phases of the conflict. Most importantly, the battle demonstrated that the values of cooperation, transparency, and respect for individual choice that defined the international magical community were not just noble ideals but practical advantages that produced superior results in even the most challenging circumstances. Voldemort's defeat, when it came, was not the result of any single spell or magical technique. Instead, it represented the complete failure of his authoritarian approach to magical power when confronted by a unified community that had learned to work together across cultural and national boundaries. Without his Horcruxes to protect him, and facing magical capabilities that far exceeded anything he had prepared for, Voldemort was overwhelmed by forces that represented everything he had always opposed: cooperation over dominance, innovation over tradition, and service to the common good over pursuit of personal power. His final destruction was witnessed by representatives of the international magical community, who had gathered to ensure that this time there would be no question about the permanence of his defeat. But perhaps more importantly, his defeat represented the triumph of the principles and values that Harry had championed since his first refusal to simply accept the educational path that had been laid out for him by others. The celebration that followed Voldemort's permanent defeat was global in scope, as magical communities around the world recognized that they had overcome one of the greatest threats in magical history through cooperation and innovation rather than through dominance and conflict. For Harry, the victory was deeply personal, but also profoundly meaningful in ways that extended far beyond his individual safety. He had proven that young people could indeed make wise decisions about their own futures when given access to complete information and genuine support. He had demonstrated that international cooperation produced better results than isolated authoritarianism in addressing global challenges. He had established protections and opportunities that would benefit countless other young magical people for generations to come. Most importantly, he had remained true to the principles that had motivated his original choice, the conviction that education should serve the individual needs and interests of students rather than the political convenience of institutions or governments, and the understanding that true strength came from cooperation and mutual support rather than dominance and control. In the months that followed Voldemort's defeat, the changes that Harry's choices had initiated continued to transform magical society in ways that extended far beyond the immediate threat that had been eliminated. The International Academy of Magical Cooperation expanded rapidly, serving students from over 40 countries and demonstrating educational innovations that were being studied and adopted by magical institutions around the world. The Educational Freedom Protocol became a cornerstone of international magical law, establishing protections for young magical people that ensured no student could be forced to accept educational placement that did not serve their individual development and interests. The comprehensive dark arts prevention framework provided systematic approaches to identifying and addressing the conditions that contributed to dark magical movements, helping to prevent future threats before they could achieve the kind of power and influence that Voldemort had accumulated. Perhaps most significantly, a new generation of young magical people was growing up with the understanding that they had choices about their futures, that they could seek educational opportunities that aligned with their individual talents and interests, and that international cooperation was more powerful than isolated authority in addressing the challenges facing the magical world. Harry's own future remained bright with possibility. His experiences at the Academy had prepared him for leadership roles in international magical cooperation, diplomatic service, or advanced magical research. His demonstrated abilities in strategic thinking and collaborative problem-solving made him valuable to institutions and organizations around the world, but perhaps more importantly, he had discovered his own worth and developed the confidence and skills necessary to build whatever kind of life he wanted for himself. As he stood in the Academy gardens on a beautiful autumn evening, surrounded by friends from around the world who had become his chosen family, Harry reflected on the extraordinary journey that had begun with his refusal to simply accept what others told him he should want. The scared, powerless child who had been locked in a cupboard under the stairs had become a confident young leader whose vision and principles had helped to reshape magical society. The boy who had been told he was worthless and unwanted had become someone whose contributions were valued and whose opinions mattered to people who wielded significant power and authority. Most importantly, the young man who had been expected to sacrifice his own interests for other people's agendas had become someone who understood that serving the common good did not require abandoning personal autonomy or accepting less than he deserved. Harry Potter had kept the promise he had made to himself on that stormy night when he first refused his Hogwarts letter. He had discovered who he really was when given the chance to make his own choices about his future. He had proven that young people deserved respect, consideration, and the opportunity to determine their own paths in life. And in doing so, he had created a world where countless other young magical people would have the same opportunities that had transformed his life so completely. The boy who had lived had become the young man who had changed everything, and that change would continue to benefit the magical world for generations to come. As Harry looked up at the stars beginning to appear over the Academy grounds, he felt profound satisfaction about the choices he had made and the principles he had maintained throughout his journey. He had proven that education at its best should challenge students to become the best versions of themselves rather than forcing them to conform to narrow expectations. He had demonstrated that international cooperation was more powerful than isolated authoritarianism in addressing global challenges. He had established systematic protections for educational freedom that would benefit students long after his individual story had ended. Most importantly, he had remained true to the values that had motivated his original refusal to simply accept the path that others had laid out for him. the conviction that every person deserved to be treated with respect and dignity, the belief that education should serve individual development rather than institutional convenience, and the understanding that true strength came from cooperation and mutual support rather than dominance and control. The revolution that had begun with a single boy's refusal to accept what he was told he should want had transformed magical education, international magical relations, and the fundamental principles that governed magical society itself. Harry Potter had indeed refused his Hogwarts letter and applied to Beauxbatons behind Dumbledore's back, but more than that, he had created a better world for everyone who would come after him. And that, Harry thought, as he stood surrounded by the life he had chosen and the friends who had chosen him, was exactly what he had always hoped to accomplish. The future was bright with possibility, and for the first time in his life, Harry Potter knew that he was exactly where he belonged. The journey back to Privet Drive felt longer than the journey out, though Harry supposed that had more to do with the thick silence that had settled over the small car like a suffocating blanket. Uncle Vernon gripped the steering wheel with white knuckles, his jaw working soundlessly, as if he were chewing words too dangerous to speak aloud. Aunt Petunia sat rigid in the passenger seat, her horse-like face turned toward the window, while Dudley sprawled across the back seat next to Harry, occasionally shooting him looks that mixed confusion with something that might have been grudging respect. Harry stared out at the passing countryside and felt something he had never experienced before. Freedom, not the physical kind. Not yet. But something far more precious. For the first time in his life, he had made a choice that was entirely his own, and the world hadn't ended. The sky hadn't fallen. He was still alive, still breathing, still thinking, still planning. The silence stretched until they reached the outskirts of Little Whinging, when Uncle Vernon finally spoke, in a voice hoarse with suppressed rage. "Not a word of this to anyone, boy. Not to the neighbors, not to your teachers, not to that freak friend of yours across the street. What happened tonight stays in this family." Harry turned to look at his uncle with genuine curiosity. "What exactly do you think happened tonight, Uncle Vernon?" Vernon's face began its familiar progression from pink to purple. "You defied that giant freak, just like you've been defying us your whole life. But don't think this changes anything. You're still a burden in our house, still a reminder of your freakish parents and their freakish world. And, actually," Harry said mildly, "I think tonight changes everything." There was something in his voice that made all three Dursleys turn to look at him, something calm and settled and utterly unafraid that they had never heard before. "You see," Harry continued conversationally, "up until tonight I thought I was trapped. I thought this was just how my life was going to be, forever. But now I know there are options. There are choices. There are people out there who might actually want me for who I am, instead of resenting me for existing." The car swerved slightly as Vernon's grip tightened on the wheel. "You'll do as you're told, boy. You'll go to that freak school in Scotland, and you'll stay out of our lives." "Will I?" Harry asked. "Because it seems to me that I just proved I can make my own choices, and my choice is to research every magical school in the world before I commit to anything. My choice is to write letters and ask questions and gather information. My choice is to make sure I never again accept someone else's version of what's best for me without doing my own investigation first." The silence that followed was different from the one that had begun their journey. This one crackled with tension and unspoken threats and the growing realization that something fundamental had shifted in the dynamic of Number 4, Privet Drive. When they pulled into the driveway, Uncle Vernon turned around in his seat to face Harry directly. His face was purple now, veins standing out on his forehead like cords. "Listen to me very carefully, you little freak. You live under my roof. You eat my food. You follow my rules. And my rules say no funny business, no freakish nonsense, and absolutely no contact with any more of your kind. You'll go to your room and you'll stay there until I decide what to do with you." Harry nodded thoughtfully. "I understand. You want to punish me for making a choice you don't like by locking me in my room, just like you've been doing my whole life whenever I showed any sign of independent thought." He paused, letting that sink in. "The only difference is that now I know it's not normal. Now I know that other children don't get locked up for asking questions or showing curiosity or wanting to learn about the world. Now I know that what you've been doing to me has a name." Uncle Vernon's face went very still. "What name is that, boy?" "Abuse," Harry said quietly. "Child abuse. And now that I know what to call it, I know what to do about it." The threat hung in the air between them like a sword. Uncle Vernon's mouth opened and closed several times, but no sound came out. Behind him, Aunt Petunia had gone pale as parchment, and Dudley was staring at Harry as if seeing him for the first time. Finally, Uncle Vernon found his voice. "You wouldn't dare, wouldn't I?" Harry's smile was small and sharp, and utterly without humour. "I've spent 11 years being afraid of you, Uncle Vernon. Afraid of your shouting, afraid of your punishments, afraid of your disapproval. But you know what I realized tonight? I'm not afraid anymore, because now I know there are people out there who might actually care what happens to me, and that changes everything." He got out of the car with deliberate calm, leaving the three Dursleys sitting in stunned silence. As he walked toward the front door, he could hear Uncle Vernon's voice rising behind him, but the words seemed to bounce off him without effect. For the first time in his life, Vernon Dursley's rage felt powerless. The next few days passed in a strange, tense quiet. The Dursleys seemed uncertain how to handle this new version of Harry, this boy who met their threats with calm questions and their punishments with patient endurance. They locked him in his room, but he simply spent the time planning his research strategy. They took away his meals, but he had endured worse and somehow managed to seem unbothered by their petty cruelties. What bothered them most, Harry suspected, was that their power over him seemed to be evaporating like morning mist. The fear that had always been their most effective weapon against him was simply gone, replaced by something far more dangerous: knowledge that he had options. On the third day after their return from the hut, Harry made his move. He waited until Uncle Vernon had left for work, and Aunt Petunia had taken Dudley to his friend Piers Polkis's house for some sort of play date that would keep them occupied for hours. Then he slipped out of the house, through the back door, and made his way to the little whinging public library. The library was a small, cramped building that smelled of old books and floor polish. But to Harry, it felt like a cathedral. Here, surrounded by thousands of volumes containing the accumulated knowledge of centuries, he could research and learn and plan without interference from the Dursleys or anyone else who thought they knew what was best for him. He started with basic research on France, checking out books on French history, culture, and language. If he was going to apply to a French magical school, he reasoned, he should at least understand the country he would be living in. He found books on the French educational system, on the geography of the Pyrenees Mountains, where Hagrid had said Beauxbatons was located, on French customs and etiquette. As he read, Harry found himself fascinated by the differences between French and British culture. The French seemed to place enormous value on intellectual achievement and cultural sophistication. Their educational system was rigorous and demanding, but also seemed to view students as individuals with unique talents rather than products to be molded into identical shapes. This appealed to Harry enormously. He also researched what he could find about other magical schools around the world. Information was frustratingly scarce in Muggle books, but he managed to find references to strange schools in remote locations, to traditions of learning that seemed to combine academic study with practical magic in ways that sounded far more appealing than the rather hidebound approach Hagrid had described at Hogwarts. It was while he was deep in a book about medieval French architecture that he became aware of someone watching him. Harry looked up to find a small, neat woman with greying hair and intelligent brown eyes, standing next to his table. She was perhaps 60 years old, with the kind of face that suggested she spent a lot of time listening to other people's problems and offering sensible advice. "Excuse me," she said quietly. "You're Harry Potter, aren't you? From Privet Drive?" Harry tensed instinctively. The last thing he needed was some nosy neighbour reporting back to the Dursleys about his library visits. "Yes," he said cautiously. "Do I know you?" The woman smiled, and something about it put Harry immediately at ease. "We haven't been formally introduced, but I'm Arabella Figg. I live on Wisteria Walk, just around the corner from your aunt and uncle's house. I believe you've spent some time at my house over the years when the Dursleys needed somewhere to leave you. Mrs. Figg." Harry remembered her now, though vaguely. A batty old woman with too many cats who had occasionally been pressed into service as his babysitter when the Dursleys had social obligations and couldn't bring themselves to take Harry along. He had always assumed she was just another neighbourhood eccentric, but something about the way she was looking at him now suggested there was more to Arabella Figg than met the eye. "May I sit down?" she asked, gesturing to the empty chair across from him. Harry nodded, curious despite himself. Mrs. Figg settled herself with the careful movements of someone whose joints weren't quite as flexible as they used to be. Then she leaned forward and spoke in a voice so quiet Harry had to strain to hear her. "I know about Hagrid's visit," she said. "I know what happened at the hut, and I know about your decision regarding Hogwarts." Harry's blood ran cold. "How could you possibly know that?" Mrs. Figg smiled again, and this time there was something almost mischievous about it. "Because I was told to keep an eye on you, Harry. I've been keeping an eye on you for 11 years. The words hit Harry like a physical blow. Another watcher. Another spy reporting back to Dumbledore about his every move. How many people in Little Whinging were secretly monitoring him? How many friendly faces were actually masks worn by people whose loyalty belonged to someone else? "I can see what you're thinking," Mrs. Figg said gently. "You're wondering if everyone you've ever met is actually working for someone else. If anyone in your life has ever been real." The accuracy of her observation was unsettling. Harry found himself nodding despite his desire to remain guarded. Mrs. Figg reached into her handbag and pulled out what looked like an ordinary compact mirror, but when she opened it, instead of showing her reflection, it displayed an image of a magnificent silver cat with tufted ears and intelligent blue eyes. "I'm what's called a squib, Harry," she explained. "Someone born into a magical family, but without magical powers of my own. I can see magic, I can interact with magical creatures, but I can't perform magic myself." As if to illustrate her point, the silver cat in the mirror opened its mouth and let out a soundless meow before padding out of frame. "Those are my cats," Mrs. Figg continued. "Well, some of them. The magical ones. They help me keep watch over the neighbourhood and report anything unusual." Harry stared at the mirror, then at Mrs. Figg, then back at the mirror. "But you're working for Dumbledore," he said flatly. "You've been spying on me." "Yes," Mrs. Figg admitted. "I have been, but perhaps not in the way you think." She closed the compact and leaned back in her chair, studying Harry with those intelligent brown eyes. "You see, Harry, I was asked to watch you and report on your welfare. But what I reported and what was actually happening in that house were not always the same thing." Harry felt his world tilt slightly. "What do you mean?" "I mean that I have seen how your relatives treat you," Mrs. Figg said quietly. "I have watched you walk to school in clothes that are too big and too old, watched you do yard work that would challenge a full-grown man, watched you sit alone during school holidays while your cousin enjoys parties and outings. I have seen the bruises, Harry, though you try to hide them. I have seen the way you flinch when Vernon Dursley raises his voice." "And you reported all of this to Professor Dumbledore?" Harry asked, though something in Mrs. Figg's expression told him the answer was more complicated than yes or no. I reported that you were safe from external magical threats, Mrs. Fig said carefully. I reported that you were being fed and clothed and educated. I reported that the blood protections were holding strong, and that you were in no immediate danger of discovery by Death Eaters or other dark creatures. But you didn't report the abuse. Mrs. Fig was quiet for a long moment, staring down at her hands. Finally she spoke in a voice heavy with something that might have been regret. I reported what I was asked to report, Harry. Nothing more, nothing less. The implication hung in the air between them. Dumbledore had never asked about Harry's happiness, never asked about his emotional welfare or his relationship with his guardians. He had asked only about his physical safety and his protection from magical threats, and Mrs. Fig had answered only the questions she was asked. "Why are you telling me this now?" Harry asked. "Because I think what happened with Hagrid the other night was the first truly independent choice you've ever been allowed to make," Mrs. Fig replied. "And I think you deserve to make it with all the information available to you." She reached into her handbag again and pulled out a sealed envelope made of thick, cream-colored paper. The kind of paper that suggested official correspondence from someone important. "This arrived for you this morning, delivered by a very elegant owl that I suspect came from France." Harry's heart leapt. He had written no letters yet, made no official inquiries. But somehow, someone at Beauxbatons had reached out to him. He took the envelope with hands that trembled only slightly. His name was written across the front, in elegant script that seemed to flow like water across the paper. Below it, in smaller letters, was an address he didn't recognize. Harry Potter, under careful watch, Little Whinging, Surrey, England. "How did they know to send this to you?" Harry asked. Mrs. Fig smiled. "Because I wrote to them, Harry. I wrote to them the morning after Hagrid left, and I told them that a young man of exceptional promise was considering his educational options and might benefit from information about alternatives to the rather limited approach favoured by British magical education." "You did what?" Harry stared at her in amazement. "I did what I thought was right, Mrs. Fig said simply. "You see, Harry, I may have been assigned to watch you, but that doesn't mean I don't care what happens to you. And I've spent 11 years watching a bright, curious, resilient child be systematically discouraged from asking questions or showing initiative. I thought it was time someone encouraged you to do both." Harry looked down at the envelope in his hands, feeling something warm and bright unfurling in his chest. Someone had helped him. Someone had acted on his behalf without being asked, without expecting anything in return, simply because they thought he deserved better than what he was getting. It was a revelation. "Thank you," he said quietly. "Mrs. Fig, I don't know what to say." "Say you'll read the letter with an open mind," she replied. "Say you'll consider all your options before you make your final decision. And say you'll remember that there are people in this world who want to see you succeed simply because you deserve to succeed." Harry nodded, not trusting his voice. Mrs. Fig stood to leave, then paused and looked back at him. "One more thing, Harry. If you decide to pursue this French option, you'll need help with the application process. International magical education involves paperwork that can be quite complex, especially for someone in your unique situation." "My unique situation?" Mrs. Fig's expression grew serious. "You're not just any 11-year-old wizard, Harry. You're the boy who lived, the one who survived the killing curse, the child who defeated the darkest wizard in a century. That makes you famous, certainly, but it also makes you a political figure, whether you want to be or not. Any school that accepts you will be making a statement about their relationship with the British magical establishment." Harry felt something cold settle in his stomach. "So even my choice of school becomes about other people's politics?" "Not necessarily," Mrs. Fig said gently. "But it does mean you need to understand the implications of your choices, and it means you need allies who understand the political landscape and can help you navigate it. Like you, like me, Mrs. Fig confirmed. And like others who believe that even famous children deserve the right to make their own decisions about their futures. After Mrs. Fig left, Harry sat alone in the library for a long time, staring at the envelope in his hands. Part of him was afraid to open it, afraid that it would contain a polite rejection or conditions that would make attending Beauxbatons impossible. But a larger part of him was excited in a way he had never been before. This was his first real step into the magical world, taken on his own terms with the help of people who supported his right to choose. Finally, he broke the elegant wax seal and unfolded the letter inside. The paper was thick and creamy, with a watermark that seemed to shimmer between a pair of crossed wands and a mountain peak. The writing was in the same elegant script as the envelope, but there was something warm and personal about it that made Harry feel as though the writer was speaking directly to him. "Dear Mr. Potter," the letter began, "please allow me to introduce myself. I am Olympe Maxime, headmistress of Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, and it is my very great pleasure to write to you regarding your potential interest in our institution. I must confess that news of your recent decision to explore alternatives to the traditional British magical education has caused quite a stir in our community. Not because we disapprove, you understand, but because we are so pleased to hear of a young person taking such an active role in determining their own educational future. Too often, we in the magical education establishment assume that children will simply accept whatever path is laid out for them without regard for their individual interests, talents, or circumstances. Your decision to research your options and make an informed choice speaks to a maturity and independence of spirit that we greatly admire. I would very much like to invite you to consider Beauxbatons Academy as one of those options. Founded in the 13th century in the heart of the French Pyrenees, Beauxbatons has long been recognized as one of the finest magical institutions in the world. Our curriculum emphasizes not only magical proficiency, but also intellectual rigor, cultural sophistication, and the development of each student's unique magical signature. Unlike some institutions which favor a rather rigid, traditional approach to magical education, Beauxbatons prides itself on adapting our teaching methods to suit the individual needs and strengths of our students. We believe that magic is an art as much as a science, and like any art, it flourishes best when practitioners are encouraged to explore, experiment, and express themselves freely. Our student body is international by design, drawing talented young witches and wizards from across Europe and beyond. This diversity enriches our community immeasurably, as students learn not only from our faculty, but from each other's varied magical traditions and cultural perspectives. I understand that you may have concerns about attending school in a foreign country, particularly one where French is the primary language of instruction. Please be assured that Beauxbatons has extensive experience helping international students adapt to our environment. We offer intensive language instruction for those who need it, as well as cultural orientation programs designed to ease the transition. More importantly, we offer something that I suspect may be quite precious to you: the opportunity to be seen as Harry Potter the student, rather than Harry Potter the celebrity. While we are certainly aware of your remarkable history, our community is more interested in who you are becoming than in who you have been. We judge our students on their character, their effort, and their potential, not on their fame or the expectations of others. If you are interested in learning more about Beauxbatons, I would be delighted to arrange for you to visit our campus. Such visits are traditionally conducted during the summer months, allowing prospective students to experience our community while classes are in session. This would give you the opportunity to observe our teaching methods, interact with current students and faculty, and determine whether Beauxbatons might be the right fit for your educational goals. I should mention that such a visit would, of necessity, require the cooperation of your current guardians and the approval of the British Ministry of Magic, as you are still a minor under British magical law. However, I have some experience in navigating international educational bureaucracy, and I would be happy to assist with any paperwork or permissions that might be required. Please know that this invitation comes without any pressure or expectation of commitment. You are under no obligation to attend Beauxbatons simply because you choose to visit us. The decision of where to pursue your magical education should be yours alone, made with full knowledge of all available options. I have taken the liberty of enclosing some informational materials about our academy, including a brief history of our institution, an overview of our curriculum and teaching philosophy, and testimonials from some of our international students. I hope you will find them helpful as you consider your options. Should you wish to correspond further, please feel free to write to me directly. I am always available to answer questions from prospective students, and I would be particularly honored to assist someone who has shown such admirable independence of spirit. Whatever you decide about your magical education, Mr. Potter, please know that Beauxbatons Academy stands ready to support your growth as both a wizard and a young man. We believe that the magical world is stronger when it includes voices from all backgrounds and perspectives, and we would be privileged to help you find yours. With warmest regards and highest hopes for your future, Olympe Maxime, Headmistress, Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. Harry read the letter twice, then a third time, each reading revealing new layers of warmth and respect that made his chest tight with emotion. Here was someone who spoke to him as an individual, not as a symbol or a weapon or a child to be managed. Here was someone who treated his desire to make his own choices as admirable rather than inconvenient. Here, perhaps, was the beginning of the future he was going to build for himself. He carefully folded the letter and tucked it into his jacket pocket, along with the informational materials Madame Maxime had enclosed. Then he gathered up his research books and prepared to head home to Privet Drive. But as he walked through the evening air toward his relative's house, Harry found that he wasn't dreading the return quite as much as usual, because now he had something the Dursleys couldn't take away from him: hope. Real, concrete, actionable hope in the form of alternatives to the life that had been planned for him by others. He had choices, real choices. And for the first time in his 11 years of life, Harry Potter felt like he might actually have a chance at happiness. The war for his future had begun, but this time Harry intended to fight it on his own terms, with his own allies, and with his own weapons: knowledge, determination, and the unshakable conviction that he deserved better than what he had been given. The boy who lived was about to become something far more dangerous. He was about to become a young man who knew his own worth and refused to accept anything less than what he deserved. And that, Harry thought, as he turned onto Privet Drive, was going to change everything. The owl arrived at dawn, its silhouette cutting through the pale morning light like a silver blade against the salmon-pink sky. Harry had been awake for hours, sitting by his bedroom window and watching the street below for any sign of movement. Sleep had become elusive since his decision to refuse Hogwarts, his mind too busy with plans and possibilities to allow for proper rest. But this owl was different from the one that had delivered Madame Maxime's letter. Where that bird had been elegant and discreet, this one was magnificent, pure white with touches of gold on its wing tips, and intelligent amber eyes that seemed to hold secrets older than the ancient stones of Beauxbatons Academy itself. It landed on Harry's windowsill with the grace of a creature that had never known doubt or hesitation, and offered him a letter sealed with wax the color of deep sapphires. Harry opened the window carefully, mindful of the early hour and the sleeping Dursleys below. The owl extended its leg with regal patience, allowing Harry to untie the letter before fixing him with a stare that seemed to see straight through to his soul. "Thank you," Harry whispered, and could have sworn the owl nodded in acknowledgement before spreading its magnificent wings and disappearing into the brightening sky. The letter was heavier than Madame Maxime's first correspondence, written on paper that felt like silk beneath Harry's fingers. The seal bore an intricate coat of arms that seemed to shift and change as he looked at it, sometimes showing crossed wands beneath a crown, sometimes revealing a phoenix rising from flames, sometimes displaying symbols he didn't recognize, but that filled him with an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Harry broke the seal and unfolded what proved to be several pages of elegant script, along with additional documents that made his heart race with possibility. "My dear Mr. Potter," the letter began in Madame Maxime's familiar hand. "I hope this letter finds you well, and that you have had time to consider the materials I sent with my previous correspondence. I confess that I have been quite anxious to hear your thoughts on our academy, though I certainly understand that such an important decision requires careful consideration. I write today with news that I believe will interest you greatly. As I mentioned in my first letter, your situation as an international student of particular prominence requires certain diplomatic considerations. I am pleased to report that I have spent the past week in correspondence with both the French Ministry of Magic and the International Confederation of Wizards regarding your potential enrollment at Beauxbatons. The response has been overwhelmingly positive. Indeed, the French Minister of Magic, Madame Delacroix, has personally expressed her government's eagerness to welcome you to France and to demonstrate the superiority of international magical cooperation over the more insular approach favored by some of our neighbors. More importantly for your immediate concerns, I have received formal confirmation that Beauxbatons Academy is authorized to extend a full scholarship to you, covering not only tuition and materials, but also room, board, and any additional support services you might require as an international student. This scholarship comes with no strings attached and no expectations beyond those we hold for all our students: academic excellence, personal integrity, and a commitment to the values of intellectual curiosity and cultural respect that define our community. I have also taken the liberty of consulting with our legal department regarding your unique situation vis-à-vis your current guardians. While British magical law does grant the Dursleys certain authority over your decisions as your appointed guardians, international magical law recognizes the right of magical children to seek education that best serves their development, particularly in cases where their current circumstances may be deemed inadequate. What this means in practical terms is that should you choose to accept our invitation, Beauxbatons Academy has both the legal authority and the institutional resources to facilitate your transition to our school, regardless of any objections your current guardians might raise. We have successfully managed similar situations in the past, always with the student's best interests as our primary concern. However, I must be frank with you about certain realities of your situation. Your fame in the magical world means that your choice of educational institution will inevitably be seen as a political statement. Some will view your decision to attend Beauxbatons as a rejection of British magical authority, while others will see it as an embrace of international cooperation and progressive magical education. We at Beauxbatons are prepared for whatever political ramifications might arise from your enrollment. Indeed, we welcome the opportunity to demonstrate that magical education at its best transcends national boundaries and traditional prejudices. But you should understand that your presence here will make our academy a focus of international attention, at least initially. That said, I want to assure you that our commitment to treating you as Harry Potter the student, rather than Harry Potter the celebrity, remains absolute. While we cannot control the external attention your enrollment might generate, we can and will ensure that within our walls you are simply another young wizard working to develop his talents and discover his path in life. To that end, I would like to invite you to visit Beauxbatons Academy during the last week of July. This would give you the opportunity to experience our community firsthand, to meet some of our current students and faculty, and to determine whether our approach to magical education aligns with your personal goals and values. I have enclosed with this letter a special portkey that will transport you directly to our campus, along with all necessary permissions and documentation from the French Ministry of Magic authorizing your visit. Should you choose to use it, simply hold the enclosed medallion at exactly noon on July 28th, and you will find yourself in my office at Beauxbatons, ready to begin your tour. The visit would last 3 days, during which time you would stay in our guest quarters, attend sample classes, and participate in various activities designed to give prospective students a genuine feel for daily life at our academy. You would also have the opportunity to meet with our admissions counselors to discuss your specific interests and career goals, and to learn more about our advanced placement programs for students with exceptional potential. I should mention that this invitation extends beyond a simple campus visit. If, after spending time with us, you decide that Beauxbatons is indeed the right choice for your magical education, we are prepared to facilitate your immediate enrollment. All necessary paperwork has been prepared and requires only your signature and mine to become official. This would mean that you could begin classes with our other first-year students when term commences on September 1st, fully integrated into our community from the very beginning, rather than joining partway through the year as a transfer student. I realize this represents a significant decision, and I do not expect you to make it lightly. However, I want you to know that every member of our community, from our most senior professors to our newest students, is eager to welcome you should you choose to join us. There is one additional matter I feel I must address directly. It has come to my attention through certain channels that your current living situation may be less than ideal for a young person of your remarkable potential. While I certainly do not wish to overstep my bounds or interfere in family matters, I want you to know that Beauxbatons Academy has considerable experience in providing not just educational support, but comprehensive care for students whose home environments may not be conducive to their healthy development. Should you choose to join our community, you would be welcomed not merely as a student, but as a young man deserving of respect, encouragement, and the kind of nurturing environment that allows exceptional individuals to flourish. We pride ourselves on creating a home away from home for all our students, but particularly for those who may never have experienced what a truly supportive family environment feels like. I hope this letter finds you in good spirits and good health, and I very much look forward to your response. Whatever you decide about your educational future, please know that you have impressed everyone at Beauxbatons with your maturity, independence of thought, and commitment to making informed choices about your life. These are qualities that will serve you well, regardless of which path you ultimately choose. With warmest regards and highest expectations for your continued success, Olympe Maxime Headmistress, Beauxbatons, Academy of Magic Postscriptum. I have also taken the liberty of including a brief note from one of our current students, a young lady from England who found herself in circumstances not entirely dissimilar to your own. I thought her perspective might provide some insight into the realities of international magical education from a student's point of view. Harry set down Madame Maxime's letter, with hands that trembled slightly, overwhelmed by the sheer scope of what was being offered. Not just an alternative to Hogwarts, but a complete escape from his current life, backed by international magical law and the resources of one of Europe's most prestigious magical institutions. He picked up the second letter, written on lighter paper in a younger, more casual hand. Dear Harry, it began. My name is Catherine Morrison, and I'm a third-year student at Beauxbatons Academy. Madame Maxime asked me to write to you, because my own path here started with circumstances she thought might be similar to yours. Like you, I grew up in England, the daughter of magical parents who attended Hogwarts. Unlike you, I was not famous or particularly notable in any way. I was simply a young witch whose magical development was being stifled by an educational system that seemed more interested in maintaining tradition than in helping students reach their full potential. When I was 13, I convinced my parents to let me transfer to Beauxbatons, despite considerable pressure from family and friends who felt I was betraying my heritage by seeking education outside of Britain. It was one of the best decisions I have ever made. At Hogwarts, I had been a mediocre student, struggling to master spells that seemed to come easily to my classmates, and growing increasingly frustrated with teaching methods that emphasized memorization and repetition over understanding and creativity. My professors seemed to view me as simply another student to be processed through the system, rather than as an individual with unique talents and interests. At Beauxbatons, everything changed. Here, professors take the time to understand how each student learns best and adapt their teaching methods accordingly. Here, magic is taught as both an art and a science, with equal emphasis on technical proficiency and creative expression. Here, students are encouraged to ask questions, to experiment, to push the boundaries of what they thought was possible. In my 3 years at Beauxbatons, I have not only mastered spells that I never would have managed at Hogwarts, but I have discovered entirely new areas of magic that I never knew existed. I am currently specializing in magical linguistics, studying the ways that different languages shape magical expression and cultural approaches to spellcasting. This is a field of study that simply doesn't exist at Hogwarts, where ancient subjects are preserved in amber rather than allowed to evolve and grow. More importantly than academic achievement, however, has been my personal growth. At Hogwarts, I was quiet, insecure, always worried about making mistakes or drawing unwanted attention. At Beauxbatons, I have learned to speak up for myself, to contribute my ideas to classroom discussions, to take intellectual risks and learn from both my successes and my failures. The international nature of our student body has been particularly enriching. My dormitory mates include a Spanish witch who specializes in magical botanicals, a German wizard with an extraordinary talent for protective enchantments, and an Italian student who approaches transfiguration with an artistry that takes my breath away. Learning alongside students from so many different magical traditions has expanded my understanding of what magic can be and do in ways that would never have been possible in the more homogeneous environment of a purely British magical school. I won't lie to you and say that the transition was entirely smooth. Learning to navigate a new culture and a new language while keeping up with rigorous academic demands required considerable effort and adjustment. But the support systems at Beauxbatons are extraordinary. Every international student is assigned both an academic advisor and a cultural mentor, and the entire community is committed to helping newcomers succeed. More than that, though, is the sense of being truly valued for who I am, rather than judged against some predetermined expectation of who I should be. At Hogwarts, I always felt as though I was failing to live up to some standard I never quite understood. At Beauxbatons, I feel as though I am being challenged to become the best possible version of myself. I understand that your decision carries implications far beyond my own experience. Your fame means that your choice will be scrutinized and analyzed in ways that mine never was. But I hope my perspective might give you some sense of what life is actually like for international students at Beauxbatons, beyond all the political considerations and media attention. If you do decide to visit our campus, I would be honored to show you around and answer any questions you might have about student life here. And if you choose to join our community, I promise you will find yourself surrounded by people who are genuinely excited to help you discover what you're capable of achieving. Whatever you decide, I wish you the very best of luck. The fact that you are taking such an active role in choosing your own educational path speaks to a strength of character that I greatly admire. With warm regards and hopes for your happiness, Catherine Morrison. 3rd year, Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. Harry read both letters twice, then carefully examined the additional documents Madame Maxime had included. There were official forms from the French Ministry of Magic, authorizations for international student transfer, and a small silver medallion that hummed with barely contained magical energy. The portkey. his ticket to freedom if he chose to use it. But as Harry sat in his small bedroom, surrounded by evidence of a life that could be completely different from the one he had always known, he found his attention drawn to the sounds of the house waking up below him. Uncle Vernon's heavy footsteps on the stairs, Aunt Petunia's sharp voice calling for Dudley to hurry up for breakfast, the familiar rhythms of a family that had never felt like his family, but that had defined his entire existence nonetheless. For 11 years, this had been his world, narrow, cruel, limiting, but familiar. And now he was being offered the chance to step into something completely unknown, something that promised everything he had ever dreamed of, but that would require him to leave behind everything he had ever known. Even the bad parts, even the Dursleys. The thought should have filled him with nothing but relief. After all, what did he owe the people who had spent his entire life making it clear that he was unwanted, unloved, and barely tolerated? What did he owe relatives who had locked him in cupboards and starved him and told him he was worthless? Nothing. He owed them absolutely nothing. So why did the thought of leaving feel so complicated? Harry was still pondering this question when he heard the shouting start downstairs. Uncle Vernon's voice, raised in the particular combination of outrage and panic that Harry had learned to recognize as a sign that something magical had happened in the aggressively non-magical world of number 4, Privet Drive. Harry crept to his bedroom door and opened it, just wide enough to listen. "What do you mean they're asking questions about the boy?" Uncle Vernon was bellowing. "What kind of questions? Who's asking?" Aunt Petunia's voice was higher and more strained than usual. "I don't know, Vernon. Mrs. Henderson from number 7 stopped me at the post-box this morning. She said there have been people around the neighborhood, official-looking people, asking about Harry's well-being, about whether he seems happy, whether we treat him well, whether he appears to be properly cared for." Harry felt something cold settle in his stomach. People asking questions about his well-being could only mean one thing. Someone was investigating his living situation. But who? And why now? The answer came with Uncle Vernon's next bellow. "This is that freak boy's doing. Ever since that giant came to the house, ever since he started getting ideas about making his own choices, things have been going wrong. Mark my words, Petunia. This is his revenge for all those years of proper discipline." "But what if they're from social services?" Aunt Petunia's voice was tight with barely controlled panic. "What if someone has made a complaint? What if they take him away and people find out why?" "Then we're finished," Uncle Vernon said grimly. "The neighbors will talk. The scandal will follow us everywhere. My job, our reputation, Dudley's future. All of it ruined because of that ungrateful little freak." Harry listened to his relatives discuss the potential consequences of his situation being investigated, and felt a strange mixture of satisfaction and concern. Satisfaction because, for the first time in his life, the Dursleys were afraid of the consequences of their actions. Concern because their fear was making them dangerous in a way they had never been before. Desperate people did desperate things, and the Dursleys were definitely becoming desperate. Harry closed his bedroom door and returned to his window, staring out at the ordinary suburban street that suddenly felt far less safe than it had an hour ago. If social services was indeed investigating his situation, it would only be a matter of time before uncomfortable questions were asked and uncomfortable answers demanded, which meant his window of opportunity for making his own choices was narrowing rapidly. Harry picked up the silver medallion and held it up to the morning light, watching the way it seemed to pulse with inner fire. July 28th was only a week away. If he was going to use the portkey, if he was going to visit Beauxbatons and see for himself what kind of life might be waiting for him there, he needed to start making preparations now. But first, he needed to understand exactly what was happening downstairs and who was asking questions about his welfare. Harry waited until he heard Uncle Vernon leave for work and Aunt Petunia take Dudley to his summer activities before venturing downstairs. The kitchen showed signs of the morning's agitation. Uncle Vernon's coffee mug sitting half empty on the counter, Aunt Petunia's breakfast dishes abandoned in the sink, newspapers scattered across the table as if someone had been searching desperately for information. Harry slipped out of the house through the back door and made his way to Mrs. Figg's house on Wisteria Walk. If anyone would know what was happening in the neighborhood, it would be his newfound ally with her network of magical cats and her years of careful observation. Mrs. Figg answered the door before Harry could knock, as if she had been expecting him. Her usually neat appearance was slightly disheveled, and there was something in her expression that suggested she was deeply troubled about something. "Come in quickly, Harry," she said, ushering him into her sitting room. "We need to talk." The room was full of cats, as always, but Harry noticed that several of them were the silvery, ethereal creatures he had seen in Mrs. Figg's magical mirror. They watched him with intelligent eyes as he took a seat on the chintz sofa. "Someone's been asking questions about me," Harry said without preamble. "The Dursleys are panicking about official-looking people investigating whether I'm being properly cared for." Mrs. Figg nodded grimly. "Yes, I know. Because I'm the one who reported your situation to the authorities." Harry stared at her. "You did what?" "I contacted the Department for the Welfare of Magical Children yesterday morning," Mrs. Figg explained. "After our conversation at the library, after seeing how excited you were about the possibility of alternatives to your current situation, I realized that I couldn't continue to stand by and watch you suffer just because it was convenient for certain powerful people. But Mrs. Figg," Harry protested, "this could cause enormous problems. If social services gets involved, if there's an investigation, it could interfere with my plans to visit Beauxbatons. It could make everything more complicated." Mrs. Figg leaned forward, her intelligent brown eyes fixed on Harry's face. "Harry, I need you to understand something. The people who have been watching you, the people who placed you with the Dursleys, and have been monitoring your situation for 11 years. They didn't do it because they cared about your happiness or your well-being. They did it because it was convenient for them." "Convenient how?" Mrs. Figg was quiet for a moment, clearly weighing her words. "What I'm about to tell you, Harry, is information that could get me in serious trouble if it ever got back to certain people. But I think you have a right to know." She stood up and walked to the window, peering out at the street through the lace curtains. "You weren't placed with the Dursleys just for your protection, Harry. You were placed with them because your suffering served a purpose." Harry felt the world tilt around him. "What do you mean?" Mrs. Figg turned back to face him, her expression sad but determined. "There are magical protections around you, protections that were put in place when you were a baby. But those protections required specific conditions to function properly. They required you to be with blood relatives, yes, but they also required you to be unhappy." The word hung in the air like a curse. Harry felt something cold and sick rising in his throat. "The magic that protects you from your parents' enemies," Mrs. Figg continued quietly. "It feeds on sacrifice. It draws its power from your willingness to endure hardship for the greater good, even though you were far too young to understand what was being asked of you." "So my misery has been protecting me?" Harry's voice was barely a whisper. "Your misery has been protecting you," Mrs. Figg confirmed, "and certain people have been very careful to ensure that you remained miserable enough for the protections to stay strong." Harry thought about Hagrid's shocked reaction when he had described his treatment at the Dursleys. He thought about Dumbledore's supposed ignorance of his living conditions, his failure to check on Harry's welfare in 11 years of careful watching. It hadn't been ignorance, it had been policy. "How long have you known?" Harry asked. "I've suspected for years," Mrs. Figg replied. "But I only confirmed it recently, when I started asking questions about your situation in preparation for helping you with your Beauxbatons inquiry. The truth is, Harry, that certain people have been very careful to ensure that you never felt truly loved or wanted or secure, because those feelings would weaken the magical protections that keep you safe from your enemies. And now? Now those protections are breaking down anyway, Mrs. Fig said with something like satisfaction. Your decision to refuse Hogwarts, your growing independence, your refusal to simply accept what you're told about your own life, all of that has been eroding the foundations of the magic that required you to be a victim. So I'm not protected anymore. Mrs. Fig smiled, and there was something fierce in her expression. Harry, you're more protected now than you've ever been, because now you're protected by your own strength, your own choices, your own allies. You're protected by international law and the resources of Beauxbatons Academy and the French Ministry of Magic. You're protected by your own growing understanding of who you are and what you're capable of. The old protections required you to be weak and isolated and dependent on other people's decisions. The new protections are built on your strength and independence and ability to make your own choices about your life. Harry felt something warm and bright unfurling in his chest. So when you reported my situation to the authorities, I was helping to accelerate a process that was already underway, Mrs. Fig finished. I was helping to document the fact that the old system of keeping you safe through suffering has become not only unnecessary, but actively harmful to your development. And the investigation will likely conclude that you have been the victim of systematic neglect and emotional abuse, and that alternative living arrangement should be made immediately in your best interests, Mrs. Fig said matter-of-factly, which will provide the perfect legal foundation for your transfer to Beauxbatons Academy, should you choose to make it. Harry stared at her in amazement. You've been planning this, Mrs. Fig nodded. From the moment you refused Hagrid's invitation to attend Hogwarts, I knew that the old system was finished, so I started working to make sure you would have real alternatives instead of just being forced into a different version of the same trap. What happens now? Now you decide what you want to do with the opportunities that are opening up for you, Mrs. Fig replied. You have a portkey that will take you to Beauxbatons Academy next week. You have the legal support of the French magical government and the backing of one of Europe's most prestigious magical institutions. And you have documentation that will support your right to make your own choices about your education and your living situation. The question is, what do you want to do? Harry looked around Mrs. Fig's sitting room, with its comfortable furniture and watching cats, and the evidence of a life lived quietly, but with purpose and integrity. He thought about the letters in his pocket, with their promises of respect and intellectual challenge, and the chance to discover what he was truly capable of achieving. He thought about the Dursleys, panicking downstairs in their pristine kitchen, finally forced to confront the consequences of 11 years of cruelty. He thought about Dumbledore in his castle in Scotland, receiving news that his carefully planned future was slipping out of his control. And he thought about himself, standing at the crossroads between a past that had been chosen for him and a future that he was finally free to choose for himself. I want to use the portkey, Harry said quietly. I want to visit Beauxbatons and see what they're offering. I want to make my own decision about my education based on complete information rather than just accepting what other people think is best for me. Mrs. Fig smiled. I think that's a very wise choice, Harry. But first, I want to understand exactly what's going to happen with this investigation. I want to know what rights I have and what options are available to me. I want to make sure that when I make my choice, it's really my choice and not just another version of someone else's plan. Mrs. Fig nodded approvingly. Also very wise. And I can help you with that, Harry. I may be a squib, but I have connections in both the magical and non-magical worlds. I can make sure you have access to proper legal advice and advocacy before you make any major decisions. Thank you, Harry said simply. Mrs. Fig, I don't know how to repay you for everything you've done for me. Mrs. Fig reached over and patted his hand gently. You don't need to repay me, Harry. You just need to build the best possible life for yourself, and never let anyone convince you that you deserve less than complete respect and consideration." She paused, then smiled mischievously. "Besides, I have a feeling that watching you succeed in spite of everything that's been done to hold you back is going to be reward enough for me." Harry left Mrs. Figg's house feeling lighter than he had in days. The investigation that had terrified the Dursleys was actually working in his favour, creating the legal foundation for his independence. The portkey in his pocket represented not just an escape, but a genuine opportunity to find the kind of life he had never dared to dream about. For the first time since Hagrid's visit, Harry felt truly optimistic about his future. But as he walked back toward Privet Drive, Harry noticed something that made him pause. There was a sleek black car parked at the end of the street, and two people in official-looking clothing were standing on Mrs. Henderson's front step, taking notes as she spoke to them. The investigation had begun, and that meant Harry's old life was about to end, whether he was ready for it or not. Harry quickened his pace, suddenly eager to get back to his room and begin preparing for whatever came next. He had letters to write, plans to make, and a future to build. July 28th was only a week away, and Harry Potter was finally ready to step into the life he was going to create for himself. The investigation moved faster than anyone had anticipated. By Tuesday morning, 3 days after Harry's conversation with Mrs. Figg, there were social workers stationed outside number 4 Privet Drive, official documents being served, and the kind of commotion that made every curtain in the neighbourhood twitch with curiosity. Harry watched from his bedroom window as a stern-faced woman in a grey suit knocked on the front door with the kind of authority that suggested she would not be easily dismissed or intimidated. Uncle Vernon answered the door in his dressing gown, his face cycling through its usual palette of purples as he realized that his worst fears were materializing on his own doorstep. The conversation that followed was brief, one-sided, and ended with Vernon reluctantly stepping aside to allow the social worker and her companion, a man with a clipboard and the unmistakable bearing of someone accustomed to documenting unpleasant truths, into the house. Harry had perhaps 30 seconds before they would request to speak with him, 30 seconds to decide whether he wanted to face this moment as the scared, uncertain boy he had been a week ago, or as the young man he was becoming. Someone who understood his own worth and refused to accept less than he deserved. The choice, it turned out, was surprisingly easy. When the knock came on his bedroom door, Harry opened it calmly and found himself face to face with the grey-suited woman, whose expression suggested she had already seen enough of number 4 Privet Drive to form some preliminary opinions about the quality of care he had been receiving. "Harry Potter?" she asked, though her tone suggested she already knew the answer. "Yes, ma'am. I'm Linda Harrison from the Department of Child Welfare Services, and this is my colleague David Chen from our investigative unit. We'd like to speak with you about your living situation here. Would that be all right?" Harry nodded and stepped aside to allow them into his small bedroom. He watched their faces as they took in the sparse furnishings, the bars that Uncle Vernon had installed on the window the previous summer, the general atmosphere of a space designed for containment rather than comfort. Miss Harrison's expression grew distinctly colder. "Harry," she said, settling into the desk chair while Mr. Chen remained standing by the door, taking notes. "We've received some concerning reports about your welfare. We'd like to hear from you directly about your experience living with your relatives." "What kind of reports?" Harry asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. "Reports suggesting that you may not be receiving appropriate care," Ms. Harrison replied carefully. "Reports indicating that there may be issues with your physical and emotional well-being that warrant investigation." Harry considered his response carefully. He had spent 11 years learning to minimize his situation, to downplay the Dursleys' treatment of him, to avoid making trouble that would only result in worse consequences later. But those habits belonged to the boy he had been, not the young man he was becoming. "What would you like to know?" he asked. The questions that followed were thorough, professional, and increasingly difficult for Harry to answer, without revealing the full scope of what his life with the Dursleys had actually been like. Miss Harrison asked about his sleeping arrangements, his access to food, his medical care, his social interactions, his educational support. She asked about discipline methods, about emotional support, about whether he felt safe and wanted in his guardian's home. Harry answered honestly, his voice growing stronger and more confident with each question. He told them about the cupboard under the stairs, about the days without meals, about the isolation and the verbal abuse, and the systematic campaign to convince him that he was unwanted and worthless. He told them about Dudley's bullying, about Vernon's rages, about Petunia's cold indifference to his pain. As he spoke, Miss Harrison's expression grew progressively grimmer, while Mr. Chen's pen moved steadily across his notepad, documenting what was clearly a textbook case of long-term psychological and emotional abuse. When Harry finished, the room was quiet for several long moments. "Harry," Miss Harrison said finally, "I want you to understand that what you've described is completely unacceptable. No child should have to endure the kind of treatment you've received, and I want to assure you that steps will be taken immediately to ensure your safety and well-being going forward." "What kind of steps?" "Well, Miss," Harrison replied, "that depends somewhat on what alternatives are available and what you yourself would prefer to happen. We have several options for immediate placement, including foster care arrangements and residential facilities specifically designed for children in situations like yours." Harry felt his heart sink. Foster care and residential facilities sounded almost as limiting as staying with the Dursleys, just with different rules and different people making decisions about his life. "Is there any possibility that I could have some input into those decisions?" he asked carefully. Miss Harrison looked surprised. "Of course, Harry. At your age, and given the circumstances, your preferences will be given considerable weight in any placement decisions. Did you have something specific in mind?" Harry took a deep breath. "As it happens, I've been accepted to a boarding school, an excellent boarding school that has offered me a full scholarship and has indicated they're prepared to provide not just educational support, but comprehensive care for students in my situation." Miss Harrison and Mr. Chen exchanged glances. "What kind of boarding school?" Miss Harrison asked. "A very prestigious international academy," Harry replied, choosing his words carefully. "They specialize in education for students with exceptional potential, and they have extensive experience with international students who may need additional support services." This was all technically true, even if it wasn't the complete truth. "And they've already accepted you?" "They've expressed serious interest and have invited me to visit their campus next week to finalize the arrangements," Harry said. "I have all the documentation if you'd like to see it." Miss Harrison nodded slowly. "I think that would be very helpful, Harry." Harry retrieved Madame Maxime's letters from his desk drawer and handed them over, watching as Miss Harrison read through them with increasing interest. The correspondence was impressive, even without the magical context, painting a picture of a young man being courted by an elite educational institution that was prepared to provide exactly the kind of comprehensive support and nurturing environment that his current situation clearly lacked. "This is quite remarkable," Miss Harrison said finally. "Beauxbatons Academy has an extraordinary reputation. The fact that they've reached out to you directly and are offering this level of support suggests they see exceptional potential in you." "I believe they do," Harry replied, and for the first time in his life, he felt no need to minimize or apologize for acknowledging his own worth. Miss Harrison looked at him thoughtfully. "Harry, would you be interested in pursuing this opportunity? Would you like us to facilitate your enrollment at Beauxbatons Academy as an alternative to other placement options?" "Very much," Harry said without hesitation. "Then that's exactly what we'll do," Miss Harrison replied with satisfaction. "I'll contact the Academy directly to discuss the arrangements and ensure that all necessary legal protections are in place for your transfer." After the social workers left, the house fell into an oppressive silence that seemed to press down on everyone like a physical weight. Uncle Vernon had retreated to his study and hadn't emerged since the officials departed with their briefcases full of documentation and their promises to return with placement arrangements within 48 hours. Aunt Petunia moved through the house like a ghost, mechanically cleaning things that were already clean and avoiding eye contact with everyone. Dudley sat in the living room, staring at the television without really watching it, occasionally glancing toward the stairs as if expecting Harry to appear and explain what was happening to their carefully ordered world. Harry, for his part, felt oddly calm. The investigation had gone better than he had dared to hope, and Miss Harrison's enthusiasm for the Beauxbatons option suggested that his path forward was becoming clearer by the hour. But there was still one more element of his escape plan that needed to fall into place. He needed to find Hermione Granger. Harry had been thinking about the bushy-haired girl who lived somewhere in the neighborhood ever since Mrs. Figg had mentioned her. If Hermione had also received a Hogwarts letter, if she was also facing the choice between accepting the path laid out for her and exploring alternatives, then perhaps she might be interested in learning about the option that Harry was pursuing. More importantly, the idea of embarking on this adventure alone, while appealing in its independence, was also somewhat daunting. Having an ally, someone his own age who understood the magnitude of the choice they were making, would make the entire enterprise feel less like a reckless leap into the unknown, and more like a carefully considered decision made by rational people with shared goals. The question was how to find her. Harry had learned her name from Mrs. Figg, but he didn't know her address or her parents' names or any other information that would help him locate her in the sprawling suburbs of London. What he did know was that she was roughly his age, that she was exceptionally bright, and that she had been spotted in the local library often enough for Mrs. Figg to notice her. The library. Of course, on Wednesday morning, while the Dursleys huddled in their respective corners of the house and avoided discussing the social worker's visit, Harry made his way back to the little whinging public library. If Hermione Granger was the kind of person he suspected she was, someone who turned to books when she needed information or comfort, then the library was the most logical place to look for her. He found her in the reference section, surrounded by stacks of books on topics ranging from European history to language acquisition to boarding school regulations. Her wild brown hair was even more unruly than usual, as if she had been running her hands through it while she read, and there was something in her posture that suggested she was wrestling with a decision of considerable magnitude. Harry approached her table carefully, not wanting to startle someone who was obviously deep in concentration. "Excuse me," he said quietly. "You're Hermione Granger, aren't you?" She looked up, and Harry found himself looking into the most intelligent brown eyes he had ever seen. There was something almost analytical in the way she studied his face, as if she were cataloguing details and cross-referencing them against information stored in her obviously formidable memory. "Yes," she said slowly. "And you're Harry Potter." It wasn't a question, which surprised Harry until he realized that his scar was clearly visible beneath his untidy black hair. Anyone who had read about the boy who lived would recognize him instantly. "I am," Harry confirmed. "I was wondering if I could talk to you about something. Something related to magical education and the choices we might have about our futures." Hermione's eyes widened slightly, but she gestured to the empty chair across from her. "I was hoping someone might come along who understood what I'm dealing with," she said quietly. "I've been researching for days, but it's difficult to find reliable information about magical schools when most of the sources available to me are written for people who don't know magic exists." "You received a Hogwarts letter," Harry said. It wasn't a question. 3 weeks ago, Hermione confirmed, along with a visit from Professor McGonagall, who was quite surprised that I already knew about magic and had been researching the wizarding world extensively since my first bout of accidental magic when I was 9. "You knew about magic for 2 years before your letter arrived?" Hermione nodded. "I've always been a researcher, and when strange things started happening around me, I made it my business to find out why. I've read everything I could get my hands on about magical history, magical theory, magical institutions, which is how I know that Hogwarts, while certainly prestigious, is not the only option available to young witches and wizards. Harry felt a surge of excitement. You know about other schools? I know about Beauxbatons Academy in France, about the Durmstrang Institute, about Ilvermorny in America, about Mahutokoro in Japan, Hermione replied, ticking off the names on her fingers. I know about their different approaches to magical education, their different philosophical foundations, their different relationships with the non-magical world. She paused, studying Harry's face again with that analytical intensity. I also know that you refused your place at Hogwarts, she continued quietly, and I know that certain people in the British magical establishment are quite upset about that decision. How could you possibly know that? Hermione smiled, and there was something both mischievous and proud in her expression. Because I've been monitoring magical communications channels since I learned they existed. Not illegally, she added quickly, seeing Harry's startled expression. But there are certain frequencies that carry official magical correspondence, and with the right equipment, it's possible to detect when large volumes of urgent messages are being transmitted. You built equipment to spy on magical communications? Harry asked, impressed despite himself. I built equipment to gather information about the community I was about to join, Hermione corrected. And what I learned was that your refusal to attend Hogwarts has caused quite a stir among people who apparently believed they could make decisions about your life without consulting you. Harry leaned forward, intrigued. What kind of stir? Hermione glanced around the library, then lowered her voice even further. There have been emergency meetings at the Ministry of Magic, urgent consultations between Hogwarts and various international magical institutions, considerable concern about the political implications of the boy who lived choosing to seek education outside of Britain. And how do you feel about that? I think, Hermione said carefully, that any educational system that expects students to accept placement without researching their options is a system that doesn't have enough confidence in its own merits to withstand comparison. Harry felt something warm and bright unfurling in his chest. This brilliant, independent-minded girl understood exactly what he was dealing with, and more importantly, she seemed to share his conviction that they had the right to make informed choices about their own futures. Have you made any decisions about Hogwarts? He asked. Not yet, Hermione replied. I was planning to accept initially, because Hogwarts does have an excellent reputation, and I assumed it would provide the best possible magical education available to me. But your decision to explore alternatives made me reconsider whether I was being sufficiently thorough in my research. She gestured to the books spread across the table. So I've been doing more extensive research into international magical education, trying to understand what each institution offers and how their approaches differ. And what I've discovered is that Hogwarts, while certainly adequate, may not actually be the best option for students who learn in non-traditional ways or who have intellectual interests that extend beyond the standard curriculum. What have you learned about Beauxbatons? Hermione's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. That it's extraordinary, she said without hesitation. Their curriculum is far more advanced and comprehensive than what's offered at Hogwarts. They encourage independent research and creative thinking rather than simple memorization and repetition. They have partnerships with universities and research institutions across Europe that provide opportunities for advanced study that simply don't exist at British magical schools. She paused, then looked at Harry directly. And I understand that you've been in correspondence with their administration, she said quietly. Harry blinked in surprise. How did you know that? Because I've been monitoring the same magical communication frequencies, and because Beauxbatons has been quite active in reaching out to British magical authorities about the proper procedures for enrolling international students who may need special accommodations. Special accommodations? For students whose current living situations may not be conducive to their optimal development, Hermione said delicately. Harry studied her face, seeing intelligence and compassion, and something that might have been protective anger on his behalf. "You know about my situation with the Dursleys," he said. "I know enough," Hermione replied quietly. "And I know that any institution that recognizes your right to seek better circumstances and is prepared to help you achieve them is an institution that understands what education at its best should be." Harry made a decision that would change both of their lives. "Hermione," he said, "how would you feel about visiting Beauxbatons Academy next week? As my guest?" Hermione stared at him. "They would allow that." "I think," Harry said, pulling out Madame Maxime's letters, "that they would be delighted to meet another British student who has the intelligence and independence to research her own options instead of simply accepting what she's told she should want." Hermione read through the correspondence with growing excitement, occasionally making small sounds of amazement at the scope of what was being offered. "This is incredible, Harry," she said when she finished reading. "They're not just offering you an education, they're offering you a complete transformation of your circumstances. The legal protections alone would represent a level of security and independence that most adults don't have, let alone children our age." "I know," Harry replied, "which is why I think it's important that I not make this decision alone. This is too big, too important, too life-changing to approach without someone who can help me think through all the implications and possibilities." He looked at her directly. "I think that person might be you, Hermione. If you're interested." Hermione was quiet for a long moment, clearly weighing the magnitude of what Harry was proposing. Finally, she spoke in a voice that was steady despite the obvious emotion behind it. "Harry," she said, "I think this might be the most important opportunity either of us will ever have, the chance to receive a truly world-class education, to develop our abilities in an environment that celebrates intellectual curiosity rather than discouraging it, to become part of an international community that values cooperation and cultural exchange over insular thinking and traditional prejudices." She paused, then smiled with an expression that was pure determination. "Yes," she said. "Yes, I would very much like to visit Beauxbatons Academy as your guest. And I think we should both be prepared for the possibility that this visit might change our lives in ways we can't even imagine yet." Harry felt something settle into place inside his chest, something that might have been confidence or excitement or simple recognition that he was no longer facing this monumental choice alone. The next 3 days passed in a blur of preparation and anticipation. Miss Harrison returned with paperwork authorizing Harry's educational placement at Beauxbatons Academy, along with temporary custody arrangements that would allow the school to act as his legal guardian during his enrollment. The documents were impressive in their thoroughness and suggested that someone at Beauxbatons had considerable experience with the legal complexities of international student transfers. Hermione, meanwhile, had approached her parents with her research and her arguments for considering alternatives to Hogwarts. The conversation had apparently been lengthy and intense, but had ultimately ended with the Grangers agreeing that their brilliant daughter deserved the opportunity to explore all available options before committing to a 7-year educational program. On the morning of July 28th, Harry stood in his small bedroom at number 4 Privet Drive for what he suspected might be the last time. His few possessions were packed in a small bag, his official documents were secured in a folder that Miss Harrison had provided, and the silver portkey that would transport him to France hummed with barely contained magical energy in his hand. Hermione had arrived an hour earlier, her own bag packed, and her parents' written permission for the visit carefully folded in her pocket. She had been introduced to the Dursleys as Harry's friend, who would be accompanying him on his school visit, and the stilted pleasantries that followed had been as awkward as anything Harry could remember. The Dursleys themselves seemed caught between relief at his departure and uncertainty about what his absence might mean for their own situation. The investigation was ongoing, and while Harry's removal to an elite boarding school would solve their immediate problem, there were still questions to be answered about their treatment of him over the past 11 years. Uncle Vernon had attempted one last assertion of authority, demanding to know exactly where Harry was going and when he would return, and what arrangements had been made for his supervision. But his bluster had lacked its usual conviction, and Harry had simply handed him Miss Harrison's contact information and suggested that all future communication go through official channels. As the clock approached noon, Harry and Hermione stood in the back garden of No. 4 Privet Drive, hands clasped around the silver medallion that would transport them to the next phase of their lives. "Are you ready?" Harry asked. Hermione looked around at the neat suburban landscape that had defined Harry's entire existence until this moment, then looked at him with an expression of absolute determination. "I'm ready," she said. Harry activated the portkey. The world dissolved around them in a swirl of colour and sensation, and when it reformed, they were standing in an elegant office that looked out over gardens and fountains and mountains that seemed to stretch away into infinity. Behind a massive desk carved from what appeared to be a single piece of dark wood sat a woman who could only be Madame Olympe Maxime, her impressive height and elegant bearing making her office seem both grand and welcoming. "Welcome to Beauxbatons Academy, Mr. Potter," she said, in a voice like warm honey. "And you must be Miss Granger. Welcome to you both." She stood, revealing her full imposing height, and smiled with an expression of genuine warmth and pleasure. "Welcome to your future," she added. "I think you're going to be very pleased with what we have to show you." And as Harry looked around the office that represented everything he had never dared to dream about, as he saw Hermione's face light up with wonder and possibility, he realized that for the first time in his 11 years of life, he was exactly where he belonged. The escape was complete. The real adventure was about to begin. The first thing Harry noticed about Beauxbatons Academy was that it didn't feel like a school at all. Standing in Madame Maxime's office, looking out through tall windows that opened onto gardens that seemed to stretch away into infinity, Harry felt as though he had stepped into a palace, or perhaps a dream. Everything was elegant without being ostentatious, beautiful without being intimidating, impressive without being overwhelming. The office itself was a study in refined sophistication. The walls were lined with books in what Harry assumed was French, their leather bindings worn smooth by centuries of handling. Portraits of distinguished-looking witches and wizards hung between the bookshelves, and unlike the paintings at Hogwarts that Hagrid had described, these subjects seemed content to remain quietly in their frames, occasionally nodding politely to visitors, but never interrupting or demanding attention. Madame Maxime herself was exactly what Harry had expected from her correspondence, and somehow completely different at the same time. She was indeed extraordinarily tall, her elegant frame suggesting strength and grace in equal measure. Her silver hair was arranged in an elaborate style that somehow managed to be both formal and approachable, and her dark eyes held an intelligence that seemed to take in everything while judging nothing harshly. But what struck Harry most was the way she looked at him and Hermione. Not with the mixture of awe, calculation, and expectation that he had grown accustomed to seeing in adults who knew who he was, but with simple interest and welcome, as if they were exactly what she had been hoping to see walk through her office door. "Please sit down," she said, gesturing to 2 chairs that had been positioned in front of her desk. "I imagine the portkey journey was rather disorienting, if this was your first experience with magical transportation." "It was," Hermione replied, settling into her chair with the careful posture of someone who wanted to make a good impression. "But it was also quite fascinating from a theoretical perspective. I've read about portkey magic, but experiencing the actual sensation of dimensional transition was far more complex than the literature suggested it would be." Madame Maxime smiled, and Harry could see genuine pleasure in her expression. "Ah, you are a student of magical theory already, Miss Granger. Excellent. We do so love students who come to us with intellectual curiosity already engaged." She turned to Harry with the same welcoming expression. "And you, Mr. Potter? How are you feeling about this adventure you've embarked upon?" "Nervous," Harry admitted honestly. "Excited, but nervous. Everything about this feels bigger than anything I've ever done before." "As it should," Madame Maxime replied approvingly. "Making independent choices about your future is perhaps the most important skill you can develop as a young person. The fact that you are both nervous and excited suggests you understand the significance of what you're considering." She stood and moved to the window, gesturing for them to join her. "Come," she said. "Let me show you what we've built here." The view from Madame Maxime's office was breathtaking. The academy sprawled across a broad valley, nestled between snow-capped peaks, its elegant buildings arranged around courtyards and gardens that seemed to flow seamlessly into the natural landscape. Students moved along pathways between the buildings, their sky-blue robes flowing behind them like water, and Harry could see that they came in all shapes and sizes and colors, representing what was clearly a truly international community. But it was the magic that took Harry's breath away. He could see it, somehow, in ways he never had before. Golden threads of light that connected the buildings to each other and to the mountains around them. Shimmering barriers that seemed to protect the academy while remaining completely transparent. Gardens where flowers bloomed in patterns that shifted and changed as he watched, creating living mandalas of color and beauty. "It's beautiful," Hermione breathed, and Harry could hear wonder in her voice that matched what he was feeling. "It is," Madame Maxime agreed. "But more than that, it is purposeful. Everything you see here has been designed to create an environment where young, magical minds can flourish without constraint or limitation, where students are encouraged to explore their potential rather than forced to conform to narrow expectations." She turned to face them directly. "Which brings me to why you are both here. Not just to visit, though you are certainly welcome to spend as much time with us as you like, but to help me understand what kind of educational experience would best serve your individual needs and goals." "What do you mean?" Harry asked. "I mean," Madame Maxime replied, "that Beauxbatons Academy does not believe in a one-size-fits-all approach to magical education. We have students here from dozens of different countries, dozens of different magical traditions, dozens of different learning styles and intellectual interests. Our curriculum is designed to adapt to our students, not the other way around." She gestured toward a door that Harry hadn't noticed before, carved with symbols that seemed to shift and change as he looked at them. "Shall we begin your tour? I think you'll find that experiencing our approach firsthand will give you a much better understanding of what we can offer you than any amount of theoretical discussion." The academy was even more impressive from the inside than it had been from Madame Maxime's office window. The corridors were wide and airy, with high ceilings and tall windows that filled every space with natural light. The walls were decorated with tapestries that depicted scenes of magical history from around the world, and Harry noticed that unlike the rather Britain-centric historical displays Hagrid had described at Hogwarts, these tapestries seemed to celebrate magical traditions from every continent. Their first stop was a classroom where a group of second-year students were learning what their professor called practical transfiguration. But instead of simply turning matchsticks into needles or mice into snuff boxes, as Harry had read about in traditional British magical education, these students were engaged in projects that required them to understand both the magical theory behind transformation and its practical applications. One student was working to transform a withered plant back to health, learning about both botanical transfiguration and the underlying principles of life magic. Another was practicing architectural transfiguration, learning how to modify the structure of buildings to make them more efficient or beautiful. A third group was collaborating on what their professor called environmental transfiguration, working to understand how magical transformation could be used to address problems like pollution or climate change. "This is remarkable," Hermione whispered to Harry, as they watched a young witch from what appeared to be somewhere in Africa demonstrate a technique for transforming contaminated water into clean drinking water. At Hogwarts, according to everything I've read, Transfiguration is taught as a purely academic subject, with very little consideration for how it might be applied to solve real problems. Here at Beauxbatons, Professor Dubois was explaining to his students, "We believe that magic without purpose is merely intellectual exercise. Magic at its best should improve the world around us, should solve problems and create beauty and enhance the quality of life for all living things." Harry found himself leaning forward, fascinated despite himself. This was magic as he had never imagined it could be. Not just spells to be memorized and regurgitated on exams, but tools for making the world a better place. Their next stop was even more impressive. The defense against the dark arts classroom was unlike anything Harry could have imagined, based on Hagrid's descriptions of the Hogwarts equivalent. Instead of focusing solely on combat spells and protective techniques, the curriculum here seemed to emphasize understanding, prevention, and healing. The professor, an elegant woman with prematurely silver hair who introduced herself as Professor Renaud, was leading her students through an exercise in what she called empathic magic. They were learning to sense and understand the emotional states that often drove people toward dark magic, and to develop techniques for addressing the root causes rather than simply fighting the symptoms. Dark magic, Professor Renaud was explaining, is almost always a manifestation of pain, fear, or desperation. A person who feels loved, secure, and valued rarely turns to magic that causes harm to others. Therefore, the most effective defense against dark magic is often not a shield charm or a counter-curse, but compassion, understanding, and the creation of communities where people feel they belong. This approach, Harry realized, was revolutionary compared to the traditional British attitude toward dark magic, which seemed to focus on punishment and conflict rather than prevention and healing. One of the students raised her hand. "But Professor Renaud, what about situations where someone has already chosen to use dark magic and represents an immediate threat? Surely compassion isn't always sufficient." Professor Renaud nodded approvingly at the question. "An excellent point, Celeste. And you are absolutely right that there are situations where immediate protective action is necessary. But even in those cases, our goal should be to neutralize the threat with the minimum necessary force, always keeping in mind that our ultimate objective is to restore balance and healing rather than simply to achieve victory over an opponent." She gestured to a series of practice dummies that lined one wall of the classroom. "This is why our advanced defense students learn what we call restorative combat magic, techniques that can stop an attacker without causing permanent harm, spells that can break through dark magical influences without damaging the person who has been affected, methods of magical healing that can address both physical and psychological trauma." As they continued their tour, Harry began to understand that what made Beauxbatons different wasn't just the elegant buildings, or the international student body, or even the advanced magical techniques being taught. It was the underlying philosophy that permeated everything they did. Magic, here, was seen as a gift that came with responsibility. Students weren't just learning how to cast spells, they were learning how to think about the ethical implications of their actions, how to consider the needs of others, how to use their abilities to create rather than destroy. In the potions classroom, students weren't just memorizing recipes for standard magical drafts. They were learning to understand the principles underlying potion making, to experiment with new combinations, to develop brews that could address problems their families or communities were facing back home. In the charms classroom, students weren't just practicing levitation and lock-picking spells. They were learning to create magic that could enhance communication across language barriers, that could preserve cultural traditions in the face of globalization, that could bring joy and wonder to people who might otherwise never experience magic. In the magical creatures classroom, students weren't just learning to identify dangerous beasts and defend themselves against them. They were learning about conservation, about the complex relationships between magical and non-magical ecosystems, about how to serve as bridges between the human and magical creature communities. It was, Harry realized, an education that was preparing students not just to be competent wizards, but to be thoughtful, responsible, creative human beings who happened to have magical abilities. But perhaps most impressive was the library. Harry had thought himself well read, thanks to his frequent visits to the little whinging public library, but the Beauxbatons library made every other collection he had ever seen look like a pamphlet. The building itself was enormous, with multiple levels connected by staircases that seemed to shift and rearrange themselves to provide access to whatever resources a particular student might need. The collection included not just books, but magical artifacts, preserved memories that could be accessed through special viewing devices, interactive exhibits that allowed students to experience historical events firsthand, and research facilities that provided access to magical databases from around the world. "This is incredible," Hermione said, her voice filled with the kind of reverence that other people reserved for places of worship. "I could spend years here just exploring what's available." "Many of our students do exactly that," said the librarian, a cheerful middle-aged wizard named Professor Beaumont, who had offered to show them around the collection. "We encourage independent research and exploration. Some of our most significant contributions to magical knowledge have come from students who followed their curiosity into areas that hadn't been extensively studied before." He gestured toward a section of the library that seemed to shimmer with protective enchantments. "We also maintain one of the world's most comprehensive collections of international magical traditions. Students here have access to spellbooks from every magical culture on Earth, oral traditions that have been preserved through magical recording techniques, and research materials that simply aren't available anywhere else." "What about students who want to pursue advanced study in particular areas?" Hermione asked. "Are there opportunities for specialized research or early university placement?" Professor Beaumont's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. "Oh, my dear, you've asked exactly the right question. Beauxbatons maintains partnerships with magical and non-magical universities across Europe and beyond. Students who show exceptional aptitude in particular subjects can begin university-level work as early as their 4th year, and our graduates frequently go on to advanced degrees at institutions like the Sorbonne, Oxford, Cambridge, the Max Planck Institute for Magical Physics in Germany, or the International Academy for Magical Arts in Switzerland." He paused, studying Hermione's eager expression. "From what Madame Maxime has told me about your academic background, Miss Granger, I suspect you might be particularly interested in our accelerated research track. Students on that track design their own independent study programs in consultation with faculty mentors, often completing original research that gets published in international magical journals." Hermione's eyes went wide. "Students can publish original research while they're still in school?" "Not just can," Professor Beaumont replied with a smile, "are encouraged to. We believe that the best way to learn about magical theory is to contribute to it." As the day progressed, Harry found himself constantly amazed by the scope and sophistication of what Beauxbatons offered its students. But even more than the academic opportunities, he was struck by the atmosphere of the place. Students here seemed genuinely happy, not just content or satisfied, but actively engaged and excited about what they were learning. He saw groups of young people from different countries collaborating on projects, sharing knowledge from their respective magical traditions, creating something new and beautiful together. He saw professors who clearly loved what they were teaching, who treated their students as intellectual partners rather than empty vessels to be filled with predetermined knowledge. He saw an institution that valued questions as much as answers, that celebrated creativity and innovation alongside traditional scholarship, that treated magic as a living, growing, evolving field of study rather than a static collection of spells and potions to be memorized. And perhaps most importantly, he saw a place where he could imagine himself belonging. Not as the boy who lived, not as a symbol or a celebrity or a political figure, but as Harry Potter, student. Someone with potential to be discovered and talents to be developed and contributions to make. As evening approached, Madame Maxime led them to the guest quarters where they would be staying during their visit. The rooms were elegant, but comfortable, with large windows that looked out over the academy grounds and the mountains beyond. Each room had its own small sitting area, a desk equipped with magical writing implements, and shelves lined with books, selected specifically for prospective students. After they had settled in, Madame Maxime invited them to join her for dinner in her private dining room. The meal was simple, but exquisite, featuring foods from the various countries represented in the student body, and the conversation ranged across topics from magical theory to international politics to philosophy and ethics. What impressed Harry most was the way Madame Maxime spoke to them. Not as children to be lectured or impressed, but as intelligent young people whose thoughts and opinions were worthy of serious consideration. She asked them questions about their goals and interests, their concerns about magical education, their hopes for their futures, and she listened to their answers with the kind of attention that made it clear she was genuinely interested in what they had to say. "Tell me," she said, as they finished the main course, "what has impressed you most about what you've seen today?" Harry and Hermione exchanged glances, each waiting for the other to speak first. Finally, Hermione leaned forward slightly. "Madame Maxime," she said, "what's impressed me most is the way education here seems to be about developing the whole person, not just their magical abilities. The students we met today weren't just learning spells, they were learning to think critically, to solve problems creatively, to consider the ethical implications of their actions." She paused, gathering her thoughts. "At Hogwarts, from everything I've read, the focus seems to be on maintaining tradition and producing graduates who will fit neatly into existing magical institutions. Here, it feels like you're trying to produce graduates who will improve those institutions, or perhaps create new ones entirely." Madame Maxime nodded approvingly. "An astute observation, Miss Granger. We do indeed believe that education should be transformative rather than merely informative. Our goal is not to produce students who can recite what previous generations have discovered, but students who can build upon that foundation to create something new and better." She turned to Harry. "And you, Mr. Potter? What has made the strongest impression on you?" Harry was quiet for a moment, trying to put his feelings into words. "I think what's impressed me most," he said finally, "is how happy everyone seems. Students, professors, staff. Everyone I've met today seems genuinely excited to be here, genuinely passionate about what they're doing. It feels like a place where people are becoming the best versions of themselves, rather than being forced to fit into someone else's idea of who they should be." He looked directly at Madame Maxime. "I've never been in an environment like that before, where what I want and what I'm capable of seem to matter as much as what other people think I should want or be capable of." Madame Maxime's expression grew serious. "Harry," she said gently, "one of the things that drew our attention to your situation was our understanding that you have spent much of your young life in circumstances where your individual needs and preferences were not given appropriate consideration." Harry nodded, not trusting his voice. "We want you to know," Madame Maxime continued, "that if you choose to become part of our community, we will make it our priority to ensure that you have the support, encouragement, and opportunities you need to discover who you really are and what you're truly capable of achieving." She paused, looking at both of them. "But I also want to be honest with you about what accepting our invitation would mean. You would be committing to a fundamentally different approach to magical education than what is available to you in Britain. You would be joining an international community that values cooperation and cultural exchange over national tradition and institutional loyalty." Her expression grew even more serious. "And you, Mr. Potter, would be making a choice that certain people in the British magical establishment will view as a rejection of their authority and their plans for your future. There may be consequences to that choice that we cannot entirely protect you from." "What kind of consequences?" Harry asked. "Political pressure, certainly," Madame Maxime replied. attempts to convince you that you are making a mistake, that you owe some sort of loyalty to the country of your birth rather than to your own best interests. Possibly more direct interference, though our legal protections should prevent the most egregious forms of coercion. She leaned forward, fixing Harry with her intelligent dark eyes. The question you need to answer, Harry, is whether the opportunity to receive the best possible magical education in an environment that will nurture your individual potential is worth the complications that may arise from choosing your own path, rather than accepting the one that has been laid out for you. Harry thought about the Dursleys, about their systematic campaign to convince him that he was worthless and unwanted. He thought about Dumbledore's careful manipulation, about the way his suffering had been maintained to serve someone else's magical agenda. He thought about 11 years of being told what he should want, instead of being asked what he actually wanted. Then he looked around Madame Maxime's elegant dining room, remembered the passionate professors and engaged students he had met during the day, imagined himself as part of a community that valued his thoughts and opinions and potential. The answer, when it came, was surprisingly easy. "Madame Maxime," he said, "I've spent my entire life having other people make decisions about what was best for me, and those decisions consistently made my life worse, not better. I think it's time I started making my own choices, even if those choices are more complicated than simply accepting what I'm told I should want." He looked at Hermione, who nodded encouragingly. "If Beauxbatons Academy is willing to have me," Harry continued, "then I would very much like to become a student here." Madame Maxime smiled, and there was something both proud and relieved in her expression. "Mr. Potter," she said, "it would be our honor and privilege to welcome you to our community." She turned to Hermione. "And you, Miss Granger? Have you given thought to your own educational future?" Hermione took a deep breath. "Madame Maxime," she said, "I've been researching magical education for months, trying to understand all my options before making such an important decision. But I have to say that everything I've seen today has exceeded even my highest expectations." She paused, then continued with growing confidence. "I believe that Beauxbatons Academy offers opportunities for intellectual growth and personal development that simply aren't available anywhere else. The chance to be part of an international community, to learn from students and professors representing dozens of different magical traditions, to have access to resources and research opportunities that would allow me to make genuine contributions to magical knowledge while I'm still a student, rather than waiting years for the privilege." She looked directly at Madame Maxime. "If you would have me, I would very much like to join Harry here as a student at Beauxbatons Academy." Madame Maxime's smile grew even warmer. "Miss Granger," she said, "any institution would be fortunate to have a student of your intellectual caliber and independence of mind. We would be delighted to welcome you as well." As they finished dinner and prepared to return to their rooms, Harry felt something he had never experienced before, settling over him like a warm blanket. It took him a moment to identify the feeling, and when he did, it brought tears to his eyes. For the first time in his 11 years of life, Harry Potter felt like he was home. Not the house where he happened to live, not the place where he was barely tolerated, but home in the deepest sense. A place where he was wanted for who he was, where his potential was recognized and valued, where he could grow and learn and become whoever he was meant to be. Tomorrow they would begin the paperwork that would officially transfer them from the British magical education system to Beauxbatons Academy. Tomorrow they would start the process of becoming the people they were capable of becoming. Tonight, though, Harry stood at his window looking out over the magical academy that was about to become his new life, and allowed himself to feel something he had never dared to feel before. Hope. Real, unqualified, uncomplicated hope for a future that was finally, truly his own. The boy who had survived was about to become the young man who would thrive. And that transformation was going to change everything. The first morning at Beauxbatons Academy began before dawn. not because they were required to wake early, but because Harry found himself unable to sleep past the moment when the first pale light began to filter through the tall windows of his guest room. He had spent much of the night lying awake, not from anxiety or discomfort, but from a kind of excited anticipation that made rest impossible. Everything was different here. Even the quality of the light seemed richer, more golden, as if the magic that permeated the academy somehow enhanced even the most basic elements of the physical world. The air itself felt different, cleaner and somehow more alive, carrying with it the sense of mountain flowers and ancient stone and something indefinable that Harry was beginning to recognize as the signature of powerful but benevolent magic. He dressed carefully in the temporary student robes that had been provided for him, noting their superior quality compared to anything he had ever owned before. The fabric was soft and well-tailored, the sky-blue color rich and vibrant, and there were subtle magical enhancements that seemed designed for both comfort and protection. These weren't just uniforms, Harry realized. They were garments created with genuine care for the students who would wear them. A soft knock on his door interrupted his thoughts. Harry opened it to find Hermione, already dressed, and clearly as eager as he was to begin their first full day as prospective Beauxbatons students. "Did you sleep at all?" she asked, with a knowing smile. "Not much," Harry admitted. "Too excited, I think." "What about you?" "I managed a few hours toward dawn," Hermione replied. "I spent most of the night reading through the materials Madame Maxime left for us. Harry, the academic opportunities here are even more extensive than what we saw yesterday. They have exchange programs with magical institutions on every continent, research partnerships with universities I've only dreamed of attending, and advanced placement options that could allow students to begin specialized study years ahead of the traditional timeline." She paused, her eyes bright with enthusiasm. "I've been thinking about what Professor Beaumont said yesterday about original research. I already have ideas for projects I'd like to pursue, questions I'd like to investigate that I never would have had the resources to explore at Hogwarts." Harry found himself smiling at her excitement, feeling his own anticipation grow even stronger. "What kind of projects?" Hermione's expression grew thoughtful. "Well, one thing I've noticed is that magical education seems to vary dramatically from culture to culture, not just in terms of what spells are taught, but in terms of fundamental approaches to magical theory. I'd like to research whether there are universal principles underlying all magical practices, or whether magic itself might actually function differently depending on cultural context and expectations." "That sounds incredibly complex," Harry said, impressed despite himself. "It is," Hermione agreed cheerfully, "which is exactly why it interests me. At Hogwarts, from everything I've read, students are expected to accept existing magical theory without question. Here, it seems like questioning existing theory and trying to develop new understanding is considered not just acceptable but essential. They made their way down to breakfast in the main dining hall, a magnificent space with soaring ceilings and long tables that seemed to accommodate students from dozens of different countries. The morning meal was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced, featuring dishes from around the world and conversation that flowed seamlessly between multiple languages. Harry and Hermione were welcomed at a table that included students from Spain, Germany, Italy, and what appeared to be somewhere in Scandinavia. The conversation was lively and inclusive, with the international students clearly accustomed to helping newcomers navigate both the social dynamics and the practical realities of life at Beauxbatons. "You are the British students who arrived yesterday," said a girl who introduced herself as Isabella from Barcelona. "We heard that you chose Beauxbatons over Hogwarts. That is quite unusual, no?" Harry exchanged a glance with Hermione, wondering how much they should reveal about their circumstances. "We wanted to explore our options before committing to a 7-year educational program," Hermione replied diplomatically. Beauxbatons seemed to offer opportunities that aligned better with our academic interests. A tall blonde boy, who had introduced himself as Eric from somewhere in Norway, leaned forward with interest. What kind of academic interests? Hermione's eyes lit up. Magical theory, primarily. Comparative magical studies. International magical law. Research methodology. I'm particularly interested in the intersection between magical and non-magical academic disciplines. Ah, you will love Professor Larson, then, said a dark-haired girl named Julia from Milan. She teaches advanced theoretical magic and international magical studies. Very demanding, but brilliant. She encourages students to develop their own theories, rather than simply accepting what previous generations have concluded. And you? Isabella asked, turning to Harry. What draws you to Beauxbatons? Harry considered his answer carefully. I think I'm most interested in practical applications of magic, he said finally. Defense, but not just combat. Healing, protection, problem-solving. Magic that makes the world better rather than just more complicated. Then you will want to work with Professor Dubois, Eric said approvingly. He teaches what we call applied magical arts. Students in his advanced classes work on real problems, developing magical solutions to challenges facing both the magical and non-magical worlds. As breakfast continued, Harry found himself increasingly impressed by the sophistication and maturity of his potential classmates. These weren't just students going through the motions of their education. They were young people who had clearly given serious thought to their futures, who understood the global context of their magical training, who saw their education as preparation for making meaningful contributions to the world. It was exactly the kind of intellectual environment Harry had never known he wanted until he experienced it firsthand. After breakfast, Madame Maxime appeared to escort them to their first set of classes. Today, she explained, they would be observing advanced classes in various subjects to help them understand the scope and depth of what Beauxbatons offered its students. Their first stop was Professor Dubois' Advanced Transfiguration class, where Harry found himself witnessing magic that went far beyond anything he had imagined possible. The students weren't just transforming objects from one form to another. They were engaging in what Professor Dubois called creative transfiguration, using magical transformation as a tool for artistic expression and practical problem-solving. One student was working on what she called environmental sculpture, transforming raw stone into complex geometric forms that seemed to shift and flow like living things. Another was practicing architectural transfiguration, learning to modify the structure and appearance of buildings to make them more energy efficient or aesthetically pleasing. But it was the third group that captured Harry's attention most completely. They were working on what Professor Dubois called healing transfiguration, learning to use transformation magic to repair damage to living tissue and restore proper function to injured organs. This is extraordinary, Hermione whispered to Harry as they watched a student successfully repair a flower that had been deliberately damaged. I had no idea transfiguration could be applied to medical treatment. Professor Dubois overheard and smiled approvingly. Miss Granger, you have identified one of the areas where magical education has been most limited by traditional thinking. Transfiguration is perhaps the most versatile of all magical disciplines, capable of addressing problems in fields ranging from medicine to environmental science to engineering. Yet most magical schools teach it as if it were purely academic exercise. He gestured toward his students, who were working with obvious enthusiasm and focus. Here at Beauxbatons, we believe that students learn best when they understand how their studies connect to real challenges and real opportunities to make a positive difference. These young people aren't just learning to cast spells. They're learning to think like magical innovators and problem solvers. Harry found himself leaning forward, fascinated by the possibilities Professor Dubois was describing. Is this something first-year students could begin studying? Professor Dubois considered the question thoughtfully. Much would depend on your natural aptitude and your commitment to developing the necessary theoretical foundation. But yes, motivated first-year students could certainly begin exploring applied transfiguration, particularly if they were willing to do additional independent study to master the underlying principles. He looked directly at Harry. I understand that you've had some unusual experiences that might provide useful context for this kind of work, Mr. Potter. Students who have faced real challenges often bring a perspective to practical magic that their more sheltered peers lack. Their next class was even more impressive. Professor Renault's advanced defense against the dark arts session was focusing on what she called protective magic theory, and Harry quickly realized that the approach here was fundamentally different from anything he had expected based on his reading about traditional magical education. Instead of learning to fight dark wizards, these students were learning to understand them. They were studying the psychological and social conditions that led people to embrace destructive magic and developing techniques for intervention that focused on healing and rehabilitation rather than punishment and conflict. The theoretical component is essential, Professor Renault was explaining to her class, but today we're going to focus on practical application. I want you to work in pairs and practice what we call empathic shielding. This is a defensive technique that not only protects you from hostile magic, but also helps you understand what is driving your attacker's behavior. Harry watched as the students paired off and began practicing a complex shielding technique that seemed to involve not just magical barriers, but some kind of emotional or psychological connection between the participants. "This is remarkable," Hermione said quietly. "They're not just learning to defend themselves, they're learning to address the root causes of magical conflict." "Exactly," Professor Renault said, having overheard. "We believe that the most effective defense against dark magic is often prevention. When people feel secure, valued, and connected to their communities, they rarely turn to magic that causes harm to others." She looked directly at Harry and Hermione. This approach requires a level of emotional maturity and ethical development that many magical schools neglect in favor of pure technical training. We believe that magical ability without wisdom and compassion is not just useless, but actively dangerous. The afternoon brought them to what turned out to be Harry's favorite class of the day. Professor Larson's International Magical Studies session was examining the ways different magical cultures approached the same fundamental challenges, and Harry found himself fascinated by the diversity of solutions that had been developed around the world. "Today we are studying communication magic," Professor Larson announced to her class, which included students from at least a dozen different countries. Each magical culture has developed techniques for overcoming language barriers and facilitating understanding between people who don't share common languages or cultural references. What followed was a demonstration of magical communication techniques that left Harry amazed at the sophistication and creativity of magical problem-solving when it wasn't constrained by narrow traditional thinking. Students demonstrated spells that could provide real-time translation, not just of words, but of cultural concepts and emotional undertones. They showed techniques for magical empathy that allowed people to understand each other's perspectives, even when those perspectives were shaped by completely different cultural experiences. Most impressive of all, they demonstrated what Professor Larson called collaborative magic, spells that could only be cast by multiple people working together, requiring them to coordinate not just their magical techniques, but their intentions and understanding. "This is what magic at its best can accomplish," Professor Larson told her students. "Not just individual power or personal advantage, but genuine connection and understanding between people who might otherwise have no way to bridge their differences." She looked around the classroom, her gaze taking in the obvious diversity of her students. "Each of you brings magical traditions and cultural perspectives from your home countries. One of our goals here at Beauxbatons is to help you learn from each other, to develop new magical techniques that combine the best elements from multiple traditions." Harry found himself thinking about the isolated, insular approach to magic that seemed to characterize British magical education, and felt a growing sense of excitement about what he might be able to learn and accomplish in this more open, collaborative environment. But perhaps the most impressive part of the day came during their visit to what Beauxbatons called the Innovation Laboratory. This was a space where advanced students worked on independent research projects, developing new magical techniques or applications under the guidance of faculty mentors. The projects they observed were extraordinary in their scope and ambition. One student was working on magical techniques for environmental restoration, developing spells that could accelerate the natural healing of damaged ecosystems. Another was researching magical approaches to mental health treatment, exploring how healing magic might address psychological trauma more effectively than traditional therapeutic techniques. A third student was working on what she called magical engineering, developing techniques for integrating magical and non-magical technologies to create solutions that neither approach could achieve alone. This is what our most advanced students are capable of accomplishing, Madame Maxime explained as they toured the laboratory. Original research that contributes to magical knowledge, practical applications that address real problems, collaborative work that brings together magical and non-magical expertise. She looked directly at Harry and Hermione. We believe that students with exceptional potential should be challenged to reach that potential as quickly as possible, rather than being held back by artificial constraints about what young people are supposedly capable of learning. Is this something we could participate in as first-year students? Hermione asked, her eyes bright with excitement. Madame Maxime smiled. Miss Granger, motivated first-year students with appropriate preparation could certainly begin working on independent research projects by their second semester. We believe that hands-on research is one of the most effective ways to develop both magical skills and critical thinking abilities. As the day wound down, Harry found himself overwhelmed by the possibilities that Beauxbatons offered. This wasn't just a school, it was an entire approach to magical education that seemed designed to help students discover and develop their fullest potential. But more than that, it was a community that seemed to value the qualities that Harry had always possessed, but had never been encouraged to develop. Curiosity, independence, the desire to understand rather than simply accept, the conviction that magic should be used to make the world better rather than to maintain existing power structures. That evening, as they sat in Madame Maxime's office for what had become a daily debriefing session, Harry found himself struggling to put his feelings into words. "Madame Maxime," he said finally, "I have to ask. Is this real? Are the opportunities you're showing us actually available to first-year students? Or are you just showing us what might be possible years from now?" Madame Maxime leaned back in her chair, studying Harry with those intelligent dark eyes. "Mr. Potter," she said, "everything you have seen today is available to motivated first-year students. Not immediately, of course. You would need to master certain foundational skills and demonstrate your commitment to academic excellence. But we do not believe in artificial barriers that prevent capable students from pursuing advanced work simply because of their age or year of study." She gestured toward a stack of papers on her desk. "In fact, I have been preparing individualized academic plans for both of you, based on what we have observed of your interests and abilities during your visit. Would you like to see what we envision for your first year at Beauxbatons?" Harry and Hermione exchanged excited glances. "Yes, please," Hermione said immediately. Madame Maxime handed them each a document that appeared to have been crafted specifically for their individual interests and goals. Harry's plan included advanced placement in defense against the dark arts and transfiguration, along with specialized seminars in applied magical arts and international magical cooperation. There were also provisions for independent study projects and mentorship with professors whose research aligned with his interests. But most exciting of all was a notation that he could begin participating in the Innovation Laboratory projects as early as his second semester, provided he demonstrated appropriate preparation and commitment. "This is incredible," Harry said, looking up from his academic plan. "This is exactly the kind of education I never knew I wanted until I saw it firsthand." Hermione was staring at her own plan with something approaching awe. "Madame Maxime," she said, "this includes advanced placement in 4 different subjects, independent research opportunities, and what appears to be a completely individualized curriculum designed around my specific interests. She looked up, her eyes bright with excitement, and perhaps a touch of tears. I've dreamed of this kind of academic opportunity my entire life, but I never believed it could actually be available to someone my age. Madame Maxime smiled warmly. Miss Granger, Mr. Potter, we believe that exceptional students deserve exceptional opportunities. Age is far less important than motivation, intelligence, and commitment to excellence. She leaned forward, her expression growing more serious. But I want you both to understand what accepting these opportunities would mean. This level of academic acceleration requires dedication and hard work that goes far beyond what most students your age are asked to handle. You would be challenged intellectually and creatively in ways that might sometimes feel overwhelming. She paused, making sure she had their full attention. More than that, you would be committing to an educational philosophy that values innovation over tradition, collaboration over competition, global perspective over national loyalty. These are choices that will shape not just your academic careers, but your entire approach to magic and your place in the wizarding world. Harry thought about the Dursleys and their systematic campaign to convince him he was worthless. He thought about Dumbledore's careful manipulation and the way his potential had been constrained to serve other people's agendas. He thought about 11 years of being told what he should want, instead of being encouraged to discover what he actually wanted. Then he looked around Madame Maxime's elegant office, remembered the passionate professors and engaged students he had observed throughout the day, imagined himself as part of a community that would challenge him to become the best possible version of himself. Madame Maxime, he said, I've spent my entire life being held back by people who thought they knew better than I did what I was capable of achieving. The opportunity to finally discover my actual potential, to be challenged and supported in becoming whoever I'm meant to be, is worth any amount of hard work. He looked directly at her. If Beauxbatons Academy is willing to invest in my education at this level, then I'm prepared to invest everything I have in proving worthy of that investment. Madame Maxime turned to Hermione, who was still staring at her academic plan with wonder. And you, Miss Granger? Hermione looked up, her expression resolute. Madame Maxime, she said, I've been preparing for academic challenges my entire life. The opportunity to apply that preparation in an environment that values intellectual curiosity and creative thinking over conformity and tradition is exactly what I've been hoping for, without quite knowing how to find it. She paused, then smiled with growing confidence. I'm not intimidated by hard work or high expectations. I'm inspired by them. If you're willing to provide the resources and support, I'm prepared to do whatever it takes to excel in this environment. Madame Maxime stood, moving to the window that looked out over the academy grounds, where students were visible in the distance, their blue robes flowing as they moved between buildings in the golden evening light. In that case, she said, I believe we are ready to make this arrangement official. Tomorrow morning, we will complete the paperwork that will formally transfer you from the British magical education system to Beauxbatons Academy. She turned back to face them, her expression serious but warm. Welcome to your new lives, she said simply. I have a feeling that what you accomplish here will surprise even yourselves. As they walked back to their guest quarters through the beautiful academy grounds, Harry felt something settling into place in his chest that he was beginning to recognize as confidence. Not the desperate bravado he had sometimes mustered to get through difficult situations with the Dursleys, but genuine confidence based on recognition of his own worth and potential. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter was surrounded by people who believed in his ability to achieve great things. More than that, he was surrounded by people who were prepared to help him develop the tools and knowledge he would need to transform that potential into reality. The boy who had survived 11 years of neglect and manipulation was about to become a young man with the education, skills and support network necessary to build the life he actually wanted. And that transformation was going to be extraordinary. The owl that arrived at Beauxbatons Academy on the first Tuesday of September was not like the elegant birds that typically carried correspondence to and from the school. This owl was large and somewhat shabby, with feathers that suggested it had flown through considerable weather to reach its destination. More significantly, it carried the distinctive crimson seal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry was in the Innovation Laboratory when Professor Beaumont found him, working alongside a fourth-year student from Denmark on a project involving magical communication across language barriers. The work was challenging and engaging, requiring him to combine theoretical knowledge he had been rapidly absorbing with practical application that pushed his magical abilities in directions he had never imagined possible. "Mr. Potter," Professor Beaumont said quietly, approaching Harry's workstation with an expression that suggested the interruption was both important and unwelcome. "Madame Maxime would like to see you in her office immediately, if you please." Harry looked up from the complex array of magical instruments he had been calibrating, noting something in Professor Beaumont's tone that made his stomach tighten with apprehension. "Is everything all right?" Professor Beaumont's expression grew carefully neutral. "I believe Madame Maxime would prefer to discuss the matter with you directly." Harry's Danish colleague, a thoughtful boy named Lars who had been helping him understand the intricacies of cross-cultural magical communication, looked up with concern. "Should I continue with the calibrations while you are gone?" Harry nodded, though his attention was already shifting to whatever crisis had apparently arrived with the Hogwarts owl. "Yes, please. And if you can manage to stabilize the resonance frequency while I'm away, that would be extraordinarily helpful." The walk to Madame Maxime's office felt longer than usual, though Harry suspected that had more to do with his growing sense of unease than with any actual change in the physical distance. Professor Beaumont's silence was not reassuring, and the fact that he had been summoned immediately rather than asked to finish his work session suggested that whatever was waiting for him was both urgent and significant. Harry found Madame Maxime's office occupied not only by the headmistress herself, but by two visitors whose presence explained both Professor Beaumont's concern and Harry's growing sense of dread. The first was an elderly wizard with a long silver beard and robes of deep purple, whose blue eyes behind half-moon spectacles seemed to take in every detail of Harry's appearance with calculating precision. This could only be Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and the man whose carefully laid plans Harry had disrupted by choosing his own educational path. The second visitor was younger, but no less imposing. A stern-faced witch with her greying hair pulled back in a severe bun, wearing emerald green robes and an expression that suggested she was deeply displeased about something. Harry didn't recognize her, but something about her bearing suggested she held considerable authority in whatever institution she represented. "Mr. Potter," Madame Maxime said, her voice carefully controlled, but with an undercurrent of tension that Harry had never heard before. "Please come in and sit down. These gentlemen have travelled from Britain specifically to speak with you." Harry took the offered chair, noting that it had been positioned to face the two British visitors rather than Madame Maxime's desk. The symbolism was not lost on him. This was not a friendly social call. Professor Dumbledore leaned forward, his blue eyes twinkling with what might have been kindness or calculation. "Harry, my dear boy," he said, in a voice that sounded grandfatherly and concerned, "I hope you are well. You've caused quite a stir with your unexpected choice to pursue your education here, rather than at Hogwarts." "Hello, Professor Dumbledore," Harry replied politely, but without warmth. "I'm very well, thank you, and I wouldn't describe my choice as unexpected. I researched my options and made an informed decision about my education." The stern-faced witch leaned forward, her lips pursed with disapproval. "Mr. Potter," she said, in a crisp voice that suggested she was accustomed to being obeyed without question. "I am Professor McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts. We have come here today because your decision to refuse your rightful place at Hogwarts has created significant complications that must be addressed immediately." Harry glanced at Madame Maxime, who nodded almost imperceptibly, giving him permission to speak for himself. "What kind of complications, Professor McGonagall?" Harry asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. Professor Dumbledore answered, his tone carefully measured. "Harry, you must understand that your situation is unique in the wizarding world. You are not simply another young wizard choosing between schools. You are the boy who lived, the child who survived the killing curse, the one who defeated the darkest wizard of our age." His blue eyes grew more intense, and Harry felt an odd pressure at the edges of his mind, as if someone were trying to examine his thoughts. "Your presence at Hogwarts is not just expected. It is essential. There are prophecies involved, destinies that must be fulfilled, responsibilities that cannot be ignored or delegated to foreign institutions." Harry felt something cold and sharp settle in his chest. "Prophecies that I've never been told about. Destinies that were decided for me before I was old enough to speak. Responsibilities that no one bothered to explain to me before demanding that I accept them." He leaned forward, meeting Professor Dumbledore's intense gaze directly. "Professor Dumbledore, with all due respect, I don't recall anyone asking me whether I wanted to be part of your prophecies or fulfill your destinies. And I certainly don't recall anyone explaining why my personal educational choices should be subordinated to whatever plans you've made for my future." Professor McGonagall's expression grew even more severe. "Mr. Potter," she said sharply, "this is not a matter of personal preference or educational opportunity. This is a matter of duty to the wizarding world and the debt you owe to those who fought and died to protect you." "The debt I owe?" Harry's voice remained calm, but there was steel beneath the surface that made both professors sit back slightly. "Professor McGonagall, could you explain exactly what debt I owe, and to whom? Because as far as I can tell, the wizarding world's protection of me consisted of leaving me with relatives who spent 11 years making it clear that I was unwanted and worthless." Professor Dumbledore raised a hand, clearly attempting to diffuse the growing tension. "Harry," he said gently, "I understand your anger about your circumstances with the Dursleys. Perhaps we were not as attentive to your emotional well-being as we should have been. But you must understand that your physical protection required certain sacrifices." "Required by whom?" Harry asked. "And why wasn't I consulted about whether I was willing to make those sacrifices?" He looked directly at Professor Dumbledore, and this time he was prepared for the odd pressure at the edges of his mind. Instead of allowing it access, he pushed back, and had the satisfaction of seeing surprise flicker across the older wizard's face. "Professor Dumbledore, I've learned quite a bit about my situation since arriving here. I know about the blood protections that required me to stay with the Dursleys. I know about the way my suffering was maintained to strengthen those protections. And I know that you were fully aware of my treatment and chose to allow it to continue because it served your purposes." The silence that followed was deafening. Professor McGonagall looked shocked, while Professor Dumbledore's expression grew carefully controlled. "Harry," Professor Dumbledore said finally, "you clearly don't understand the complexities of the situation. The wizarding world faces threats that require difficult choices, sacrifices that serve the greater good, even when they cause individual hardship." "Whose greater good?" Harry asked quietly. "And who decided that my childhood was an acceptable sacrifice for your definition of the greater good?" Madame Maxime, who had remained silent throughout the exchange, finally spoke. "Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall," she said, in a voice that was polite but firm, "I believe you may be operating under some misconceptions about Mr. Potter's current status and the legal framework governing his educational choices." She reached into her desk and withdrew a folder thick with official documents. "As you can see from these papers, Mr. Potter's transfer to Beauxbatons Academy has been authorized by the British Department for the Welfare of Magical Children, approved by the French Ministry of Magic, and sanctioned by the International Confederation of Wizards. His enrollment here is not subject to reversal based on institutional preferences or strategic considerations. Professor McGonagall's face flushed with anger. "Madame Maxime," she said stiffly, "I'm sure those authorizations were obtained without full disclosure of the circumstances surrounding Mr. Potter's unique situation and responsibilities." On the contrary, Madame Maxime replied smoothly. All relevant authorities were provided with complete information about Mr. Potter's history, his treatment by his previous guardians, and the educational opportunities available to him at Beauxbatons Academy. The unanimous decision was that his best interests would be served by transfer to an institution better equipped to support his individual development. She looked directly at Professor Dumbledore. "Furthermore, Professor Dumbledore, I should inform you that Mr. Potter's academic performance here has been exceptional. He is currently enrolled in advanced classes, working on independent research projects, and demonstrating magical abilities that far exceed what would typically be expected from a first-year student at any institution." Professor Dumbledore's expression grew troubled. "Harry," he said, turning back to face him directly, "surely you must understand that raw magical ability is not the only consideration. There are aspects of your education that require specific guidance, specific preparation for the challenges you will inevitably face." "What challenges would those be?" Harry asked. "The ones created by the prophecy you've never told me about. The enemies I've supposedly inherited from circumstances I had no control over? The destiny you've decided I must fulfill whether I want to or not?" He stood up, feeling anger and determination flowing through him in equal measure. "Professor Dumbledore, if there are genuine threats to my safety or to the wizarding world, then I deserve to know about them so I can make informed decisions about how to respond. But I will not accept that those threats require me to abandon an educational opportunity that is helping me develop my abilities and discover my potential in favor of returning to an institution that serves your strategic purposes better than my personal development." Professor McGonagall also stood, her face red with indignation. "Mr. Potter," she said sharply, "you are 11 years old. You are not qualified to make decisions about matters of this magnitude and complexity." Harry turned to face her directly, and for a moment something flickered in his green eyes that made the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts take an involuntary step backward. "Professor McGonagall," he said quietly, "I may be 11 years old, but I have spent those 11 years learning to survive in circumstances that most adults would find intolerable. I have learned to make difficult choices under pressure, to evaluate risks and benefits, to distinguish between people who have my best interests at heart and people who view me as a tool to be used for their own purposes." He paused, letting that sink in. "What I am not qualified to do is make decisions based on information that is being deliberately withheld from me by adults who think they know better than I do what I should want or need. So either provide me with complete, honest information about these threats and responsibilities you keep referencing, or accept that I will continue to make my own choices based on the information that is available to me." Professor Dumbledore sighed deeply, suddenly looking every one of his many years. "Harry," he said sadly, "there are some things that are simply too dangerous for you to know at your current age and stage of development." "Then perhaps," Harry replied, "those things are too dangerous for you to base my life decisions on without my knowledge or consent." The standoff that followed felt like it stretched for hours, though Harry knew it was probably only minutes. Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall exchanged glances, clearly communicating silently about how to proceed. Madame Maxime sat calmly behind her desk, her posture suggesting that she was prepared to support Harry's position regardless of what pressure the British authorities might attempt to bring to bear. Finally, Professor Dumbledore spoke again, his voice heavy with what sounded like genuine regret. "Harry," he said, I can see that you have been influenced by perspectives that emphasize individual choice over collective responsibility. While I respect your desire for independence, I must remind you that your decisions affect far more people than just yourself. He leaned forward, his blue eyes intense with conviction. There is a darkness rising in the wizarding world, Harry. A darkness that you played a crucial role in stopping once before, though you were too young to understand what was happening. That darkness will return, and when it does, the wizarding world will need you to be prepared to face it. Harry felt something cold settle in his stomach, but his voice remained steady. What kind of darkness, Professor Dumbledore? Professor Dumbledore hesitated, clearly weighing how much to reveal. The wizard who killed your parents, Harry. He is not gone forever. He will return, and when he does, you may be the only one who can stop him. The revelation hit Harry like a physical blow, but he fought to maintain his composure. How do you know this? There are prophecies, Professor Dumbledore replied reluctantly. Ancient magic, signs and portents. The details are complex and dangerous, but the essential truth is clear. You have a role to play in the coming conflict that no one else can fulfill. Harry absorbed this information, feeling the weight of it settling over him like a heavy cloak. When he spoke again, his voice was quiet, but determined. Professor Dumbledore, if what you're telling me is true, then I need to be as prepared as possible for whatever's coming. And everything I've experienced at Beauxbatons Academy suggests that the education I'm receiving here will prepare me far better than what would be available at Hogwarts. He gestured toward Madame Maxime, who nodded approvingly. Here, I'm learning advanced magical techniques, innovative approaches to defense and problem-solving, international cooperation, and cultural understanding. I'm working with professors who challenge me to think creatively and independently, rather than simply memorizing traditional responses to known problems. His green eyes flashed with conviction. If I'm going to face some kind of unprecedented magical threat, don't I deserve access to the most advanced magical education available? Shouldn't I be learning from professors who encourage innovation and creative thinking rather than rigid adherence to traditional methods? Professor McGonagall looked as though she wanted to object, but Professor Dumbledore raised a hand to stop her. Perhaps, he said slowly. There is some merit to your reasoning, Harry. But there are aspects of your preparation that require access to specific resources and knowledge that may not be available here. Such as? Harry asked. Professor Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment, clearly struggling with how much to reveal. Finally, he spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. Knowledge about the specific nature of your connection to your enemy, Harry. Understanding of the magic that protected you as a baby and continues to protect you now. Preparation for challenges that may require very particular kinds of magical knowledge and ability. Madame Maxime leaned forward, her expression thoughtful. Professor Dumbledore, she said carefully, are you suggesting that Mr. Potter requires access to magical knowledge that is somehow unavailable through international magical education? Professor Dumbledore met her gaze directly. I am suggesting that there are aspects of Mr. Potter's magical education that relate to very specific circumstances and very particular threats that may require resources and expertise that are centered in Britain. Then perhaps, Madame Maxime replied smoothly, the solution is not for Mr. Potter to abandon his education here, but for Beauxbatons Academy and Hogwarts School to collaborate in ensuring that he receives the best possible preparation for whatever challenges may lie ahead. She looked directly at Harry. We have already discussed the possibility of exchange programs and collaborative research projects between our institutions. If Mr. Potter requires access to specific resources or expertise available at Hogwarts, there is no reason why such access could not be arranged without requiring him to abandon his primary enrollment here. Harry felt something bright and hopeful unfurling in his chest. That sounds like exactly the kind of innovative, collaborative approach that would serve my educational needs far better than forcing me to choose between incomplete alternatives. Professor Dumbledore considered this proposal, his expression thoughtful. "Such an arrangement would be unprecedented," he said slowly. "Many of our most successful innovations have been unprecedented," Madame Maxime replied with satisfaction. "That is rather the point of innovation. The negotiations that followed were complex and sometimes heated, but they ultimately resulted in an agreement that satisfied everyone's primary concerns. Harry would remain enrolled at Beauxbatons Academy as his primary institution, but would spend portions of his summer holidays at Hogwarts, working with professors who could provide access to specific magical knowledge related to his unique circumstances. Professor Dumbledore would provide Harry with complete, honest information about the prophecy and the threats he might face, rather than continuing to withhold information in the name of protection. In return, Harry would commit to taking seriously his responsibilities to the wizarding world and working collaboratively with both institutions to ensure he was properly prepared for whatever challenges might arise. Most importantly, Harry would maintain his right to make informed decisions about his own life and education, rather than simply accepting choices made for him by others who claimed to know what was best. As the British professors prepared to leave, Professor Dumbledore approached Harry one final time. "Harry," he said quietly, "I want you to know that I am proud of the independence and strength of character you have shown today. Perhaps we have underestimated you in the past, and for that I apologize." He paused, studying Harry's face with those calculating blue eyes. "I hope you will use the opportunities you have here wisely, and that you will remember that great power comes with great responsibility, whether we choose that responsibility or it chooses us." "I understand, Professor Dumbledore," Harry replied, "and I hope you will remember that responsibility is best accepted by people who are fully informed about what they're accepting responsibility for." After the visitors departed, Harry sat alone with Madame Maxime in her office, processing everything that had happened. The revelation about Voldemort's eventual return was sobering, but Harry found that he felt more determined than intimidated. "Madame Maxime," he said finally, "I want to thank you for supporting me during that meeting. I know it would have been easier for you to simply agree to send me back to Hogwarts." Madame Maxime smiled warmly. "Mr. Potter," she said, "one of the core principles of Beauxbatons Academy is that our students have the right to make informed decisions about their own lives and futures. Defending that principle is not a burden, it is a privilege." She leaned forward, her expression growing serious. "But I want you to understand that today's agreement brings with it additional responsibilities. You will need to work harder than ever to prove that the educational approach we are providing here is indeed preparing you better than traditional alternatives. You will need to demonstrate that innovation and collaboration serve the wizarding world better than rigid adherence to traditional authority structures." Harry nodded solemnly. "I understand, and I'm prepared for that responsibility." "Good," Madame Maxime said with satisfaction, "because I believe that what you accomplish here, the example you set for other young people who deserve the right to choose their own paths, will have implications far beyond your individual education." She stood, moving to the window that looked out over the academy grounds. "The wizarding world is changing, Harry. The old ways of doing things, the old assumptions about authority and tradition, and the rights of institutions versus the rights of individuals, all of that is being questioned by a new generation of magical people who have access to more information and more options than previous generations ever had." She turned back to face him. "You, whether you intended it or not, have become a symbol of that change. Your choice to research your options and make your own decision about your education, your refusal to simply accept what authority figures told you was best for you, that represents something new and important in magical society." Harry felt the weight of this responsibility settling over him, but this time it felt like a weight he had chosen to accept, rather than one that had been thrust upon him without his knowledge or consent. "Madame Maxime," he said, "I want to be worthy of the faith you've shown in me. I want to prove that young people deserve the right to make informed choices about their futures, and that supporting those choices leads to better outcomes for everyone." She smiled, and there was genuine pride in her expression. "Mr. Potter," she said, "I have no doubt that you will do exactly that. And I have no doubt that the wizarding world will be better for it." That evening, Harry found Hermione in the library, surrounded by books on international magical law and diplomatic protocols. When he told her about the day's confrontation and the agreement that had been reached, her response was immediate and fierce. "Harry," she said, her eyes blazing with indignation, "the audacity of them coming here and demanding that you abandon your education because it serves their strategic purposes better is absolutely appalling." She paused, gathering her thoughts. "But more than that, their assumption that they have the right to make decisions about your life without providing you with complete information is exactly the kind of authoritarian thinking that international magical education is designed to counteract." Harry sat down across from her, feeling grateful once again for her quick understanding and unwavering support. "What do you think about the compromise we reached?" Hermione considered the question carefully. "I think it's brilliant, actually," she said finally. "You've managed to maintain your right to make your own educational choices, while also ensuring access to information and resources you might need for challenges you didn't choose, but may have to face anyway." She leaned forward, her expression growing excited. "But more than that, you've established a precedent. You've proven that young people can successfully advocate for their own interests against institutional pressure, and that innovative educational approaches can coexist with traditional institutions when the focus is on student welfare rather than institutional authority." Harry felt something warm and bright unfurling in his chest. For the first time since Professor Dumbledore's visit, he felt genuinely optimistic about how everything had turned out. Hermione was right. He hadn't just defended his own educational choices. He had established a principle that might help other young magical people make their own informed decisions about their futures, rather than simply accepting what authority figures told them they should want. That night, as Harry stood at his window, looking out over the beautiful academy grounds, he reflected on how dramatically his life had changed in just a few short months. He had gone from being a powerless child whose suffering was maintained to serve other people's purposes, to being a young man whose choices mattered and whose voice was heard and respected. The confrontation with Dumbledore and McGonagall had been difficult, but it had also been illuminating. Harry now understood that the challenges ahead of him were real and serious, but he also understood that he had the right to face those challenges as a fully informed partner rather than as a manipulated tool. Tomorrow, he would return to his classes and his research projects and his work toward becoming the best possible version of himself. He would continue learning advanced magical techniques and innovative approaches to problem solving. He would continue building relationships with students and professors from around the world, and he would do all of this knowing that he had successfully defended his right to choose his own path, even when that choice was inconvenient for people who wielded considerable power and authority. The boy who lived had become something far more dangerous than anyone had anticipated. He had become a young man who understood his own worth and refused to accept less than he deserved, and that understanding was about to change everything. The news arrived in fragments, like pieces of a shattered mirror reflecting a broken world. First came the owl from Missus Fig, its message brief and devastating in its simplicity. "The Dursleys have been arrested. Child abuse charges. Thought you should know. Arabella." Harry stared at the letter in his hands, feeling an odd mixture of satisfaction and something that might have been grief for a childhood that had never existed in the first place. He was sitting in the Academy's morning garden, a beautiful courtyard where students often came to study or reflect before classes began, surrounded by fountains and flowering plants that seemed to respond to the emotional states of those near them. As Harry processed Mrs. Figg's news, the flowers around him shifted from their usual bright colours to deeper, more subdued hues. Hermione found him there an hour later, her own face pale with shock from the letter she carried in her trembling hands. "Harry," she said quietly, sitting beside him on the stone bench, "I've just received news from my parents. There are reports in the British magical newspapers about us, about our choice to attend Beauxbatons, about what the authorities discovered when they investigated your situation with the Dursleys." She handed him the letter from her parents, and Harry read it with growing amazement at how their private educational choice had become a matter of public controversy. According to Mr. and Dr. Granger, the British magical press was in an uproar. Some publications were hailing Harry's choice to seek education outside Britain as a courageous example of independent thinking that exposed the inadequacies of traditional magical education. Others were condemning him as an ungrateful traitor who had abandoned his responsibilities to the wizarding world for the sake of foreign luxury and privilege. Most significantly, the investigation into the Dursleys' treatment of Harry had sparked a broader conversation about the magical world's responsibility to protect magical children, regardless of their fame or strategic importance. Questions were being asked about how many other young witches and wizards might be suffering in situations that were being ignored or overlooked because addressing them would be inconvenient for those in power. But perhaps most disturbing was the final paragraph of the Grangers' letter, which reported rumours that Harry's refusal to attend Hogwarts had somehow weakened magical protections that were essential to the safety of the entire wizarding world. That evening, as Harry and Hermione sat with Madame Maxime in her office for their regular check-in, the full scope of the situation became clear. "I have been in correspondence with colleagues throughout the European magical community," Madame Maxime explained, her expression serious but determined. "The reaction to your educational choice has been far more significant than any of us anticipated." "What kind of reaction?" Harry asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer would be complicated. "Mixed," Madame Maxime replied carefully. "The progressive elements of the magical community are celebrating your decision as evidence that young people can and should take active roles in determining their own futures. They see your success here as proof that international magical education produces superior results to the insular approaches favoured by traditional institutions." She paused, gathering her thoughts. "However, the more conservative elements view your choice as a dangerous precedent that undermines respect for authority and traditional magical institutions. They are particularly concerned about the implications for other young people who might be inspired to question the paths that have been laid out for them." "And the rumours about magical protections?" Hermione asked. Madame Maxime's expression grew troubled. "Those are more serious," she admitted. "There appear to be genuine concerns about certain protective enchantments that were tied to your presence at specific locations or your participation in particular institutions. However, our magical theorists believe that any such protections were likely inadequate and temporary measures that needed to be replaced with more sophisticated approaches anyway." She looked directly at Harry. "More importantly, Mr. Potter, the magical abilities you have developed here at Beauxbatons, the knowledge you have gained, the international connections you have made, all of these represent forms of protection and preparation that are far more valuable than any passive enchantments that depended on keeping you ignorant and powerless." Over the following weeks, the news from Britain grew increasingly troubling. Letters from various sources painted a picture of a magical society in turmoil, divided between those who saw Harry's choices as admirable and those who saw them as dangerous. More concerning were reports of increased activity among groups that had supported the wizard who had killed Harry's parents. Apparently, news that the boy who lived had left Britain and was no longer under the direct protection and supervision of traditional British magical authority had emboldened elements that had been lying low since Voldemort's defeat. Harry absorbed this information with growing concern, but also with determination. If his choices had indeed created risks for the magical world, then he had a responsibility to develop the abilities and knowledge necessary to address those risks. Fortunately, Beauxbatons Academy was uniquely positioned to provide exactly that kind of preparation. Professor Dubois, who had indeed become something like a mentor to Harry, approached him during one of their advanced transfiguration sessions with a proposal that would change everything. "Mr. Potter," he said, after the other students had left for their next classes, "I have been following the reports from Britain with considerable interest. It appears that your educational choices have had implications that extend far beyond personal academic development." Harry nodded, unsure where this was leading. "I would like to propose," Professor Dubois continued, "that we accelerate your magical education even further than we had originally planned. Not because of external pressure, but because I believe you have the ability to master advanced magical techniques that could prove essential not just for your own protection, but for the broader safety of the international magical community." "What kind of advanced techniques?" Harry asked. Professor Dubois gestured toward a section of the classroom that Harry had never noticed before, hidden behind what appeared to be an ordinary wall hanging. As the professor waved his wand, the hanging dissolved to reveal a doorway leading to what looked like a completely different kind of magical laboratory. "This is where we teach what we call proactive defense," Professor Dubois explained, leading Harry into the hidden room. "Most magical education focuses on reactive approaches to danger, learning to respond to threats after they have already manifested. Here, we teach students to anticipate problems and develop solutions before those problems become crises." The laboratory was unlike anything Harry had seen before, even at Beauxbatons. Instead of the elegant refinement that characterized most of the Academy's facilities, this space had a more serious, practical atmosphere. Workstations were equipped with devices that seemed designed for testing magical defenses and developing protective techniques. Practice areas were set up to simulate various kinds of threats and emergency situations. Most impressive were the theoretical materials, books and scrolls and magical instruments that seemed designed to help students understand not just how to perform specific defensive techniques, but how to analyze threats and develop innovative responses to unprecedented challenges. "This is incredible," Harry said, looking around with genuine awe. "How many students have access to this program?" "Very few," Professor Dubois admitted. "Admission to advanced proactive defense requires not only exceptional magical ability, but also demonstrated emotional maturity and ethical development. We cannot teach these techniques to students who might use them for personal advantage rather than collective protection." He looked directly at Harry. "However, your situation is unique. The threats you may face are unprecedented, and the consequences of being inadequately prepared could extend far beyond your personal safety. With Madame Maxime's approval, I would like to begin training you in advanced defensive techniques immediately, rather than waiting for your 3rd or 4th year, as would normally be appropriate." Harry felt something bright and determined unfurling in his chest. "Professor Dubois," he said, "I would be honored to participate in advanced defensive training, but I want to make sure I understand what I'm committing to." Professor Dubois nodded approvingly. "An excellent question. This training would require significant additional time and effort beyond your regular coursework. You would be studying magical theory at a graduate level, learning to perform techniques that most adult wizards never master, developing strategic thinking skills that are typically reserved for advanced aura training." He paused, making sure Harry understood the magnitude of what was being proposed. "More than that, you would be accepting responsibility for using these abilities to protect others, even when doing so might put you at personal risk. This is not training for personal power or individual advancement. This is preparation to serve as a guardian and protector for the magical community." Harry thought about the reports from Britain, about the groups that were apparently being emboldened by his absence. He thought about the prophecy that Dumbledore had reluctantly revealed about the threats that seemed to follow him regardless of his personal choices. Most importantly, he thought about the community at Beauxbatons that had welcomed him and supported him, and helped him discover what he was truly capable of achieving. These people had invested in his development, not because they wanted to use him as a weapon, but because they believed in his potential to make the world better. "Professor Dubois," he said, "if you believe I can handle this level of training, and if you believe it will help me protect people I care about, then I want to accept that responsibility." The training that began the following week was unlike anything Harry could have imagined. Working with Professor Dubois and a small group of advanced students, he found himself learning magical techniques that seemed to blur the line between magic and miracles. He learned to create protective barriers that could adapt automatically to different types of threats, shifting from physical shields to magical dampeners to emotional protections, depending on what kind of attack they were facing. He learned to sense hostile magic from great distances, to analyze the intentions and capabilities of potential enemies without alerting them to his observation. Most importantly, he learned to think strategically about magical conflict, to anticipate how enemies might adapt to his defensive techniques, and to develop contingency plans for situations where traditional approaches might prove inadequate. The theoretical component of the training was as challenging as the practical work. Harry found himself studying magical theory that drew connections between disciplines he had never imagined could be related. The intersection of healing magic and defensive techniques, the relationship between transfiguration and protective enchantments, the ways that understanding of magical creatures could inform strategies for dealing with dark wizards. Professor Dubois proved to be a demanding but inspiring teacher, pushing Harry to think beyond conventional approaches to magical defense, while ensuring that he never lost sight of the ethical principles that should guide the use of advanced magical abilities. "Remember, Mr. Potter," he would say, during their most intensive sessions, "the goal is never to defeat an enemy. The goal is to protect the innocent and restore balance. Sometimes this requires force, but force should always be the last resort, rather than the first impulse." As Harry's abilities developed, so did his confidence. Not the desperate bravado he had sometimes mustered during his darkest moments with the Dursleys, but genuine confidence based on knowledge and preparation and the support of people who believed in his ability to use his growing power responsibly. This confidence was put to the test sooner than anyone expected. The attack came on a quiet Tuesday evening in November, while most of the academy was settling in for evening study sessions. Harry was in the proactive defense laboratory, working through an advanced exercise in threat assessment, when alarms began sounding throughout the academy. These were not the gentle chimes that typically announced meal times or schedule changes. These were harsh, urgent warnings that Harry had never heard before, but that somehow conveyed immediate danger with unmistakable clarity. Professor Dubois appeared beside Harry's workstation within seconds, his wand drawn and his expression grim. "Hostile magical signatures approaching from the south," he said tersely. "Multiple attackers, sophisticated concealment techniques. This is not a drill." Harry felt adrenaline flooding his system, but surprisingly, he also felt calm. The training had prepared him for this possibility, and his body was responding with focus rather than panic. "What do you need me to do?" Harry asked. Professor Dubois looked at him for a moment, clearly weighing options. "You are still a first-year student, Mr. Potter. The appropriate response would be for you to join the other students in the protected shelters while the faculty handles this situation." "But," Harry prompted, sensing there was more. "But you have abilities that could prove crucial if these attackers are indeed targeting you specifically, as seems likely," Professor Dubois admitted. "And your advanced training means you are better prepared for magical combat than most of our upper-year students." He met Harry's eyes directly. "If you are willing to accept the risk, I would like you to assist with the Academy's defense. But I want you to understand that this is entirely your choice, and that there would be no shame in choosing to prioritize your personal safety." Harry thought about the other students at Beauxbatons, many of whom had become genuine friends over the past few months. He thought about the professors who had invested so much time and effort in his education, who had supported his right to make his own choices, even when doing so created complications for their institution. Most importantly, he thought about the principles he had been learning in his proactive defense training, that advanced magical abilities came with responsibility to protect those who could not protect themselves. "Professor Dubois," he said, "these people have become my family. If someone is threatening my family, then I want to help defend them." Professor Dubois smiled grimly. "Very well, Mr. Potter. Stay close to me, follow my instructions without question, and remember everything we have practiced about proportional response and strategic thinking." The battle that followed was unlike anything Harry could have imagined. The attackers were indeed sophisticated, using advanced concealment and attack techniques that suggested professional training and considerable resources. They had clearly come prepared to face the Academy's considerable magical defenses, and their assault was coordinated and ruthless. But what they had not anticipated was facing a defender who had been trained in proactive defense techniques, who could anticipate their strategies and adapt his responses faster than they could adjust their tactics. Harry found himself moving through the Academy grounds like he had been born to magical combat, his advanced training allowing him to protect civilians, while simultaneously gathering intelligence about the attackers' capabilities and objectives. Working alongside Professor Dubois and other faculty members, he helped coordinate the Academy's defense, using his ability to sense hostile intentions to direct protective efforts where they were most needed. The turning point came when Harry realized that the attackers were not just trying to cause general destruction, they were specifically attempting to breach the Academy's archives, seeking access to research materials and magical knowledge that could be used to develop new forms of dark magic. This insight allowed the defenders to concentrate their efforts on protecting the most sensitive areas, ultimately forcing the attackers to retreat without achieving their primary objectives. In the aftermath of the attack, as the Academy community worked to assess damage and provide care for those who had been injured, Harry found himself the center of considerable attention. Students who had initially been somewhat intimidated by his fame now looked at him with genuine respect based on his actions during the crisis. Faculty members who had been cautiously optimistic about his potential now spoke of him as someone who had definitively proven his commitment to using his abilities in service of others. Most significantly, Madame Maxime called him to her office for a conversation that would shape his understanding of his role in the broader magical community. "Mr. Potter," she said, settling behind her desk with an expression that mixed pride with concern. "What happened tonight was significant in ways that extend far beyond the immediate threat to our Academy." "How so?" Harry asked. "The attackers were not random criminals or opportunistic dark wizards," Madame Maxime explained. "Based on our analysis of their techniques and objectives, they appear to have been part of an organized effort to acquire magical knowledge that could be used to restore certain dark magical practices that the international magical community has worked for decades to eliminate." She looked directly at him. "Your presence here, your development as a defender of international magical values, represents a threat to those who seek to return the magical world to the days when power was concentrated in the hands of those willing to use force and intimidation to maintain control. So this attack was specifically because I'm here?" Harry asked, feeling a familiar weight of responsibility settling over him. "This attack was because you represent something that certain people find threatening," Madame Maxime replied carefully. "You represent the possibility that young magical people can choose their own paths, develop their abilities according to their own values, and form alliances that transcend national boundaries and traditional power structures." She stood and moved to the window, looking out over the Academy grounds that were now being carefully inspected and magically reinforced. "What you accomplished tonight, Mr. Potter, was not just the defense of our Academy. You demonstrated that the educational approach we champion here produces students who can protect what they value without compromising their principles or abandoning their commitment to cooperation and understanding." Harry felt something settle into place in his chest, something that might have been acceptance of a destiny he had chosen rather than one that had been imposed upon him. "Madame Maxime," he said, "I want to continue the advanced training. I want to develop whatever abilities are necessary to protect this community and the values it represents." Madame Maxime smiled, and there was genuine warmth in her expression despite the seriousness of the situation. "Mr. Potter," she said, "I believe that is exactly what the magical world needs. Not a weapon to be wielded by others, but a guardian who chooses his own battles and fights for principles he genuinely believes in." As winter settled over the academy and news of the attack spread throughout the international magical community, Harry found himself receiving messages of support and concern from magical educators and officials around the world. More significantly, he began receiving letters from other young magical people in Britain and beyond, students who had heard about his choice to seek education outside traditional institutions and wanted to know more about the options available to them. These letters, more than anything else, made Harry understand the broader significance of the path he had chosen. He wasn't just pursuing his own education and development, he was demonstrating that young magical people could take active roles in shaping their own futures, that they didn't have to simply accept whatever choices were made for them by adults who claimed to know better. One letter in particular stayed with Harry long after he had read it. It came from a 13-year-old witch in Scotland who wrote, "Thank you for showing us that we have choices. I didn't know that before, but now I do, and it changes everything about how I think about my future." That letter, Harry realized, captured exactly what he hoped his example might accomplish. Not just personal success or individual achievement, but the knowledge that young people everywhere deserved the right to make informed decisions about their own lives. As he stood at his window on a clear December evening, looking out over the snow-covered academy grounds that had become his home, Harry reflected on how dramatically his life had changed since that night when he had refused Hagrid's invitation to attend Hogwarts. He had gone from being a powerless victim whose suffering was maintained to serve other people's purposes, to being a capable guardian whose abilities were developed to protect the principles and people he valued most. The boy who lived had indeed become something far more dangerous than anyone had anticipated. He had become a young man who understood that true power came not from magical ability alone, but from the wisdom to use that ability in service of something greater than himself. And that understanding was about to change not just his own future, but the future of magical education and magical society itself. The revolution he had begun by choosing his own path was just getting started. The letter arrived on a Tuesday morning in February, carried by an eagle owl whose magnificent wingspan and regal bearing suggested it had flown from somewhere far more significant than the usual academic correspondence that reached Beauxbatons Academy. Harry was in the advanced magical theory classroom, working through a particularly complex set of equations that described the mathematical relationships underlying protective ward systems, when Professor Beaumont appeared in the doorway with an expression that managed to convey both excitement and grave concern. "Mr. Potter," he said quietly, "Madame Maxime requests your immediate presence in her office. There has been a development." Harry looked up from his calculations, noting the careful neutrality in Professor Beaumont's voice that suggested whatever development had occurred was significant enough to require diplomatic handling. He gathered his materials quickly, nodding to Hermione, who was working through her own advanced arithmetic projections at the next workstation. "I'll finish the ward analysis," she said, without looking up from her parchment, covered in complex magical formulas. "Go see what's happened." The walk to Madame Maxime's office felt longer than usual, perhaps because Harry's mind was racing through possibilities. Over the past few months, developments had been coming thick and fast, each more serious than the last. Reports from Britain suggested increasing tensions within the magical community, with some elements calling for Harry's forced return, while others defended his right to pursue his education wherever he chose. More concerning were the intelligence reports that reached Beauxbatons through official channels. Dark wizard activity was increasing throughout Europe, with attacks becoming more frequent and more sophisticated. Some of these attacks seemed specifically designed to test international magical cooperation, probing for weaknesses in the systems that protected institutions like Beauxbatons Academy. Harry found Madame Maxime's office occupied not only by the headmistress herself, but by two visitors whose presence immediately explained both Professor Beaumont's concern and the sense of gravity that seemed to fill the elegant room like morning mist. The first visitor was a woman Harry recognized from correspondence and occasional official functions, Minister Delacroix of the French Ministry of Magic, a sharp-eyed witch whose political acumen was legendary throughout the European magical community. Her presence at Beauxbatons suggested that whatever had happened was significant enough to require direct governmental attention. The second visitor was someone Harry had never seen before, but whose bearing and robes suggested considerable authority within the international magical establishment. He was a tall, dignified wizard, with silver hair and intelligent grey eyes, wearing formal robes that bore the insignia of what Harry recognized as the International Confederation of Wizards. "Mr. Potter," Madame Maxime said, as Harry entered the office, "please allow me to introduce Minister Delacroix, whom you have met previously through correspondence, and Minister Volkov, who represents the International Confederation of Wizards in matters related to magical security and international cooperation." Harry inclined his head politely to both officials, feeling the weight of their attention and trying to project the kind of mature composure that Professor Dubois had been helping him develop during his advanced training sessions. "Minister Delacroix, Minister Volkov," he said, "I'm honored by your visit to our academy." Minister Volkov stepped forward, his grey eyes studying Harry with an intensity that suggested he was evaluating more than just social courtesy. "Mr. Potter," he said in accented English that suggested he was more comfortable with other languages, "we have come here today because events in Britain have reached a point where the international magical community can no longer remain neutral observers." He gestured toward a thick folder of documents that lay open on Madame Maxime's desk. 3 days ago, the wizard known as Lord Voldemort returned to physical form in Britain. The circumstances of his return suggest that he has been working for months to restore himself, using methods that represent a significant escalation in dark magical activity. Harry felt something cold settle in his stomach, though he had been expecting this news for months. The reports of increasing dark wizard activity had been building towards something, and the return of his parents' killer was the logical culmination of those troubling trends. "What happened?" Harry asked, surprised by how steady his own voice sounded. Minister Delacroix answered, her expression grim. "A student at Hogwarts School was killed during what appears to have been a ritual designed to restore Voldemort to full magical power. The student was participating in a tournament that brought together representatives from several European magical schools, making this an international incident rather than a purely British concern." She paused, allowing Harry to absorb this information. "More significantly for our immediate purposes, Mr. Potter, Voldemort's first actions upon returning were to demand your location and to threaten retaliation against any institution or government that continued to protect or support you." Harry felt the familiar weight of responsibility settling over him, but this time it felt different. Instead of the crushing burden it had once been, it now felt like something he had been preparing for, training for, developing the skills and knowledge to handle effectively. "What kind of retaliation is he threatening?" Harry asked. Minister Volkov consulted the documents in the folder. "Direct attacks on magical institutions that harbor you, economic and political pressure on governments that support your educational choices, and most concerning, the formation of international alliances with dark magical elements in other countries." He looked directly at Harry. "In essence, Mr. Potter, your educational choices have become a symbol, a around which the forces of international magical cooperation and the forces of traditional magical authoritarianism are preparing to wage a broader conflict. Harry thought about this for a moment, trying to understand the full implications of what the ministers were telling him. "I see," he said finally. "And what does the International Confederation of Wizards propose to do about this situation?" Minister Volkov exchanged glances with Minister Delacroix and Madame Maxime before responding. "That, Mr. Potter, depends largely on what you propose to do about it." The conversation that followed was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. For the first time in his life, he found himself being consulted as an equal by adults who wielded considerable power and authority, people who genuinely wanted to hear his thoughts and opinions before making decisions that would affect him. More than that, he realized that his voice was being sought not just as a courtesy, but because the knowledge and abilities he had developed at Beauxbatons had given him expertise that was genuinely valuable to the international magical community. Minister Delacroix outlined the political situation with the kind of detail that showed she trusted Harry to understand complex international dynamics. Britain was becoming increasingly isolated as other European magical governments grew concerned about the authoritarian tendencies they were observing in response to Voldemort's return. The British Ministry of Magic was demanding that all international magical institutions surrender any British magical citizens for repatriation, claiming that national security required centralized control over all magical persons who might be targets for Voldemort's attention. This demand had been rejected by every major magical government in Europe, but the pressure was increasing, and some officials were beginning to question whether the cost of protecting individual educational choices was worth the risk of broader magical warfare. Minister Volkov presented the security assessment with equal directness. Voldemort's capabilities had grown significantly during his years of restoration, and he appeared to have access to dark magical techniques that represented genuine innovations rather than simple repetitions of methods used in the past. Most concerning was intelligence, suggesting that he had formed alliances with dark magical elements in several countries, creating a network that could coordinate attacks across national boundaries and exploit weaknesses in international magical cooperation. The question they were asking Harry was simple in its formulation, but staggering in its implications. Was he willing to serve as a focal point for international resistance to the kind of magical authoritarianism that Voldemort represented, even if doing so put him at considerably greater personal risk? Harry listened to their presentations, asked clarifying questions, and thought carefully about what they were proposing. When he finally spoke, his voice carried a confidence and authority that surprised even him. "Minister Delacroix, Minister Volkov," he said, "I want to make sure I understand what you're asking. You want me to remain at Beauxbatons Academy and continue my education here, but also to serve as a symbol of international magical cooperation and resistance to authoritarian magical movements." "Essentially, yes," Minister Volkov confirmed, "and in return, the international magical community would provide protection not just for me, but for the educational institutions and governmental policies that have supported my right to make my own choices about my future." "That is correct," Minister Delacroix said. Harry was quiet for a long moment, thinking through the implications of what was being proposed. Finally, he looked directly at Madame Maxime. "What do you think about this proposal?" he asked. Madame Maxime had been listening to the conversation with careful attention, and her response was measured and thoughtful. "Mr. Potter," she said, "this proposal would transform your educational experience here from a personal academic journey into something more akin to diplomatic and strategic training." She gestured toward the documents spread across her desk. "You would continue your regular coursework and your advanced magical training, but you would also be working directly with international magical security experts, learning about political strategy and diplomatic protocol, developing skills that would prepare you to serve as both a magical defender and a leader within the international community." Harry felt something bright and determined unfurling in his chest. This was exactly the kind of opportunity he had been hoping for, without quite knowing how to articulate what he wanted. Not just personal magical education, but the chance to develop the knowledge and abilities necessary to make a real difference in the broader magical world. "Minister Volkov, Minister Delacroix," he said, "I accept your proposal, but I want to establish some conditions." Both ministers leaned forward with interest, clearly not having expected an 11-year-old to attempt to negotiate terms with representatives of major magical governments. "First," Harry continued, "I want complete information about the threats we're facing. No more partial revelations or information withheld for my own protection. If I'm going to serve as a focal point for international resistance, I need to understand exactly what I'm resisting and why." Both ministers nodded approvingly. "Second, I want assurance that this cooperation will extend to other young magical people who are seeking educational alternatives or who are facing similar choices about their futures. This can't just be about protecting Harry Potter. It has to be about establishing principles that benefit the entire international magical community." Minister Delacroix smiled with what appeared to be genuine respect. "That is a remarkably mature perspective, Mr. Potter." "Third," Harry said, "I want to continue my education and training here at Beauxbatons Academy, with the understanding that I will also participate in additional specialized training with international magical security experts. But my primary identity remains as a student, not as a weapon or a political symbol." The negotiations that followed were complex but productive, resulting in an agreement that satisfied everyone's primary concerns while establishing precedents that would have implications far beyond Harry's individual situation. Harry would remain enrolled at Beauxbatons Academy, continuing his regular coursework while also participating in specialized training that would prepare him for the broader responsibilities he was accepting. This training would include advanced magical combat techniques, diplomatic protocol, international magical law, and strategic planning. More importantly, the international magical community would establish formal policies protecting the rights of young magical people to seek education across national boundaries, regardless of political pressure from their home countries. As the ministers prepared to leave, Minister Volkov approached Harry with an expression of serious respect. "Mr. Potter," he said, "I want you to understand that what you have agreed to today represents a significant evolution in international magical cooperation. For the first time, we are recognizing that young magical people can and should play active roles in shaping the policies that affect their lives." He paused, studying Harry's face. "The precedent you are setting here, the example you are providing for other young witches and wizards around the world, this may prove to be even more significant than your role in direct resistance to Voldemort's authoritarian movement." After the officials departed, Harry sat alone with Madame Maxime in her office, processing the magnitude of what had just been decided. "Madame Maxime," he said finally, "I have to ask, do you think I'm making the right choice? Taking on this level of responsibility at my age seems like something that could go very wrong very quickly." Madame Maxime leaned back in her chair, studying him with those intelligent dark eyes. "Mr. Potter," she said, "I think you are making the only choice that is consistent with the principles and values you have demonstrated since arriving here." She gestured toward the window that looked out over the academy grounds. "You could certainly choose to prioritize your personal safety and educational development over these broader responsibilities. No one would blame you for making that choice, and it would be entirely reasonable given your age and circumstances." She paused, then continued with growing conviction. "But you have spent the past year demonstrating that you are not someone who can accept safety and comfort when other people are suffering or when important principles are at stake. The young man who refused to simply accept the educational path that was laid out for him, who stood up to Dumbledore when he tried to force you back to Hogwarts, who defended this academy when it was attacked, that young man was always going to end up making choices like the one you made today." Harry felt something settle into place in his chest, something that might have been acceptance of a destiny he had chosen, rather than one that had been imposed upon him. That evening, as Harry and Hermione walked through the academy grounds in the gathering dusk, he told her about the day's meeting and the agreement he had reached with the international magical authorities. Hermione listened with the kind of focused attention she brought to her most complex research projects, asking clarifying questions and thinking through implications with the analytical precision that made her such an extraordinary student. When Harry finished his account, Hermione was quiet for several minutes, clearly processing everything he had told her. "Harry," she said finally, "I think what you've agreed to is both incredibly brave and incredibly dangerous." She paused, gathering her thoughts. "But I also think it represents exactly the kind of leadership that the magical world needs right now. The traditional approach to magical authority, where a small group of powerful adults make decisions for everyone else without consultation or accountability. That approach created the conditions that allowed someone like Voldemort to rise to power in the first place." Her brown eyes flashed with conviction. "What you're offering instead is leadership based on cooperation, transparency, and respect for individual choice. Even if it's more dangerous in the short term, I think it's much more likely to create lasting solutions to the problems facing the magical community." Harry felt grateful once again for Hermione's quick understanding and unwavering support. "But I have to ask," he said, "are you comfortable with being associated with someone who has become a target for international dark magical movements? Because your safety matters to me, and I don't want my choices to put you at risk." Hermione stopped walking and turned to face him directly, her expression fierce with determination. "Harry Potter," she said, "you are my best friend and the most principled person I have ever met. If supporting your choices and your mission puts me at risk, then I consider that risk well worth taking." She paused, then smiled with growing confidence. "Besides," she added, "I'm not exactly helpless. The magical education I've received here has prepared me to defend both myself and the principles I believe in, and I believe in what you're trying to accomplish." The weeks that followed brought changes to Harry's routine that were both challenging and exhilarating. His regular coursework continued, but he also began working with a series of specialist instructors who had been brought to Beauxbatons Academy specifically to prepare him for his expanded role. He learned about international magical law from Professor Kowalski, a brilliant witch from the Warsaw Academy of Magical Arts, who specialized in the legal frameworks that governed cooperation between magical governments. He studied diplomatic protocol with Minister Larsson, a retired Swedish magical diplomat who taught him how to navigate the complex social and political dynamics that shaped international magical relations. Most importantly, he worked with Colonel Reeves, a former British Auror who had joined the International Magical Security Forces and who taught him advanced strategic thinking and tactical planning. These lessons were unlike anything Harry had experienced before, requiring him to think not just about magical techniques and theoretical knowledge, but about the broader implications of his actions and the ways that individual choices could influence political and social dynamics. The training was demanding and sometimes overwhelming, but Harry found himself thriving in this environment that challenged him to develop not just as a wizard, but as a leader and strategic thinker. Perhaps most significantly, he began receiving regular intelligence briefings about Voldemort's activities and the broader situation in Britain. These reports painted a troubling picture of a magical society under increasing authoritarian control, with civil liberties being curtailed in the name of security and dissent being suppressed in the name of unity. The reports also confirmed that Harry's choice to remain at Beauxbatons had indeed become a powerful symbol for those who opposed authoritarian magical governance. Students at magical schools throughout Europe were citing Harry's example as justification for their own demands for greater input into their educational choices. More significantly, young magical people in Britain itself were beginning to challenge the authority of traditional magical institutions, demanding explanations for policies that had previously been accepted without question. This development was clearly making the British magical establishment nervous, and intelligence reports suggested that pressure was mounting for more direct action to force Harry's return. The crisis came sooner than anyone had expected. On a clear morning in April, while Harry was working through advanced ward theory with Professor Dubois, alarms began sounding throughout the academy. But these were not the harsh warning signals that had announced the November attack. These were the specific tones that indicated incoming official magical communication of the highest priority. Within minutes, Harry found himself once again in Madame Maxime's office, this time facing a collection of officials whose grim expressions suggested that the situation had escalated far beyond anything they had previously encountered. Minister Delacroix was there, along with Minister Volkov and several other representatives of the international magical community that Harry recognized from his diplomatic training sessions. But their attention was focused on a magical communication device that was displaying what appeared to be an official ultimatum from the British Ministry of Magic. The message was brief, direct, and utterly uncompromising. Harry Potter would be surrendered to British magical authority within 72 hours, or the British magical government would consider itself at liberty to use any means necessary to secure his return. Furthermore, any magical institution or government that continued to harbour him after the deadline would be considered to be acting in support of enemies of the British magical state, with all the implications such a designation would carry. Harry read the ultimatum twice, feeling something cold and sharp settling in his chest. Then he looked around the room at the assembled officials, noting the mixture of anger and concern in their expressions. "Well," he said quietly, "I suppose we always knew it might come to this." Minister Volkov stepped forward, his grey eyes intense with conviction. "Mr. Potter," he said, "I want you to understand that the international magical community will not abandon you. This ultimatum represents exactly the kind of authoritarian overreach that our cooperation has been designed to resist." He gestured toward the other officials. "We are prepared to stand behind our commitments, regardless of the pressure being brought to bear by the British magical government." Harry felt grateful for their support, but also deeply concerned about the implications of the choice they were all facing. "Minister Volkov," he said, "I appreciate that support more than I can express. But I need to understand exactly what standing behind those commitments would mean. What kind of conflict are we talking about if Britain follows through on their threats?" The answer, when it came, was sobering. The British magical government appeared to be preparing for what could only be described as magical warfare, coordinating with Voldemort's forces in ways that suggested they were willing to compromise their principles in the name of maintaining control. Intelligence reports indicated that British magical authorities were mobilizing forces that had not been deployed since the height of Voldemort's original campaign of terror, and that they were preparing to use methods that would have been considered unthinkable under normal circumstances. The international magical community was prepared to resist, but such resistance would inevitably lead to the kind of magical conflict that had been avoided for generations through careful diplomacy and mutual respect. Harry absorbed this information, thinking through the implications and the alternatives. When he finally spoke, his voice carried a calm authority that surprised everyone in the room, including himself. "Ministers," he said, "I believe there may be a third option that we haven't fully considered." All eyes turned to him with intense interest. Instead of waiting for Britain to make good on their threats, or simply preparing to defend against whatever action they might take, what if we took the initiative? What if we demonstrated that the principles of international magical cooperation are strong enough not just to defend against authoritarian pressure, but to actively transform the conditions that created that pressure in the first place? Minister Delacroix leaned forward with obvious curiosity. "What exactly are you proposing, Mr. Potter?" Harry looked around the room, meeting the eyes of each official in turn. "I'm proposing that we use this crisis as an opportunity to establish new precedents for international magical cooperation. Instead of responding to Britain's ultimatum with defensive measures, what if we responded with an invitation?" He paused, letting that concept settle before continuing. What if the international magical community formally invited all young British magical people to apply for educational opportunities in international institutions? What if we offered to provide the same kinds of advanced magical education and personal development opportunities that I've been receiving here to any student whose development is being constrained by authoritarian educational policies? The silence that followed was profound, as the assembled officials considered the revolutionary implications of what Harry was proposing. Finally, Minister Volkov spoke in a voice filled with something that might have been awe. "Mr. Potter," he said, "you are suggesting that we respond to magical authoritarianism not with counterforce, but with demonstration that our approach produces superior results." "Exactly," Harry replied. "Instead of fighting about whether I should be forced to return to Britain, we make it clear that Britain is welcome to join the international magical community whenever they're ready to embrace the principles of cooperation, transparency, and respect for individual choice that define our approach." Madame Maxime smiled, and there was fierce pride in her expression. "Mr. Potter," she said, "I believe you have just proposed the most revolutionary development in international magical relations in centuries." And Harry realized that she was probably right. The boy who had refused his Hogwarts letter was about to transform the entire magical world.